Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail 7.3. Promise something. I don't remember the full... What's the full title? My big dramatic intro has been less dramatic now. So, Promise Something is the name of the patch. The Promise of Tomorrow. There it is. There it is. Oh, I get it, because, like, Wukamart is a promise of resolve. And promise of, the promise of, reason for, Kona. I get it! I get it. It's time for MSQ. In what feels... Now that we're doing everything in, like, patch order. Because, you know, when we've gone through prior expansions, you know, A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, we would normally do as much side content as possible for the, like, that entire, like, post-game, all of the patches, and then start the patch series of the MSQ, and just, like, quickly go through it with, like, some little things in between. So there was like a massive chunk of stuff that we'd do before before the 0.3 patch. Endwalker, we did everything as it released in patches, which is what we're doing for Dawntrail. But Endwalker's big dramatic finish wasn't until 6.5. So we're now in the first time where the big dramatic conclusion of the expansion storyline is the 0.3. And I'm doing everything in order. It kind of makes it feel like it's really early. Which I know is funny to say because of how long it's taken me to get here, because of how many times I've not been actually streaming this year. But, like, I think about how much Dawntrail there's still left to do in terms of, like, other content. Like, we've only done one Alliance raid. We still have the last raid series for the actual raid series. There's still, like, we've done the first steps of the relic stuff for the crafting relic and the combat relic. We've only just started both of those. There's still, like, a deep dungeon. There's still a variant dungeon. There's still a crossover with Monster Hunt. Like, there's still, it feels weird that there's, like, so much in the future to still play for Dawntrail. And yet the ending of the story is here. It's the first time that I've been in that scenario. Now, obviously, it won't feel the same once you're caught up, because, you know, it takes over a year to get the 0.3 patch compared to the base expansion. But there's still so much gameplay to do after the 0.3. Well, we're going to be ending the storyline here, but we'll keep coming back to Dawntrail and Alexandria for a number of things after this. 6.x being basically a slightly smaller MSQ was quite a change. It worked very well for Endwalker. It worked very, very well for Endwalker. Honestly, what I'm worried about in terms of, like, structure like that, yeah, 5.0 was the last time we had a traditional patch story, yeah, which is kind of wild to think about. Like, the last equivalent that we had of what we're doing today was fucking Seed of Sacrifice. So, you know, not to say that the expectations are higher or anything. It's only my favorite part of the entirety of the MSQ that in the entire game, but you know, it's fine. Question, once you reach level 70, does the game make you pay to continue playing, or can you just keep playing, you just can't go above 70? So your level won't go past, although it's now 80. Shadowbringers is now part of the free expansion, free trial, so it's now up to 80. You can still play the game once you hit level 80, you just won't level up past 80. There is, famously, no cap on playtime. There is no cap on playtime whatsoever. The limit in terms of story is every quest that goes up to level 80, which is the entirety of everything in Shadowbringers. then you're stopped. Once you get to the start of the Endwalker expansion, you can't start the Endwalker expansion. You can do all of the post-game for that. Yes, there is also this. The free trial does come with a couple of caveats beyond just no leveling. You can't use the market board, so you can't like buy other things that people are selling, and you can't sell stuff to other people. You can't add people to your friend list unless they send you a friend invite first. So if you have friends playing the game, you need to have them send you the a friend invite first. And you can't form your own parties. So if you want to go in with like a pre-group of people, you'll also need to have other people set that up for you. Yeah, it's mostly social and economic stuff, which is how they get you. Because a lot of people will reach a point where they want this before they get to Shadowbringers. 300,000 gil limit. Yeah. Yeah, no PvP and no ultimate. If you don't, like, not many people on free trial are going to do ultimates. But, yeah, also no PvP. Yeah. So, allows instance for some reason. I assume it's a current story thing. Or a possible plan for, like, when a patch comes out. For, like, a pre-thing, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. It's very generous. It is very generous. There are limitations. Like, I bought the game still while I was in ARR, the first expansion. Because I wanted access to Gunbreaker specifically, which was a job that was in Shadowbringers, which at the time wasn't part of the free trial. Though now it is. Yeah, people can't just like clear an ultimate and then trade it to be like, look, I cleared an ultimate, yeah. But yeah, no, it is absolutely known as one of the most generous like demos / free trials in existence. And it works. And it works. It gets a lot of people in the door. Because the idea that you really can just take your time with this to really vibe it out. If you just want to feel out the content and vibe it out to see whether you like it or not, you absolutely just have the time to do that, yeah. Another MMO thing I compare the free trials mentions, like exactly the same but similar to RuneScape Iron Man, yeah. Well, it would be a lot different if we waited until we beat Heavensward to get a free trial, yes. Very much so. I'll have a look in a second. I'm responding to people here, unfortunately, sorry. There's so much going on! Ah! Finally at the patch I was on content for. Hey! Hey! I kind of figured with how well you had things planned out for the story for certain things, that you would have been like caught up way before. Oh my god, you make this you make the top look good! Holy shit! Do you know how hard I have tried to have a glam work for this top? And then you just fucking show up and it just fucking works. I mean, one of them is also the tall and slender, again, Vieira frame. But these pants work so great for it. These pants work really well for it. The little frills at the bottom there, like, really match up with, like, the frilly parts up here. The coloring of it, like, just works really well going into the torso and stuff like that. The little accessories and little flower, like, matching, like, the prettiness of, like, the purplies that you've got there. Oh, the hat! The hat's got the gold on it! The hat's got, like, the little gold bits on there, which match, like, the golds of, like, the metals on there and everything. Yo! 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 Japanese pasta or Italian noodles for dinner? So, here's my hot take about Italian pastas. Basically, every Italian pasta that isn't a noodle is better. I love, like, pretty much every Italian pasta that is, like, you know, not a noodle is so much better than Italian pastas that are noodles. That's my personal hot take. Facts? Okay. I'm glad the Italian in chat agrees with me. It's like, if I, like, because, like, I love making a pasta bake with rigatoni or penne and stuff like that, where it's just, like, you know, just a spat, like, you get a spaghetti bolognese, and I just find that it's, like, you gotta, like, either deliberately make sure you get meat with the noodles, because if you just, like, twirl up noodles onto a fork, it doesn't hold enough of the sauce. But, like, every other type of Italian pasta holds, like, the sauce and holds, like, everything else so well. So much better. Horatio is digging for some reason. Oh! Oh. Just burying a body over there, it's alright. It's Pride Month. So Verimbe's gotten gay Olympics, I guess. Hey Verimbe, it's Pride Month. What do you want me? You want me to like craft with like gay Olympics? And then she actually did indeed start crafting with a gay Olympic. Gay potions? That was also the thing that Densha said here. Also, at this point, every single story required 4-man dungeon, and several that are not required are doable solo with NPC party members. That is also true, yes. If you don't want to form parties with people or wait for queue times, you can do stuff with NPC people. It's only like trials, big boss fights that you can't. The Toad and the Frog's gay. Whatever the AR alchemist guy's name is, Severine? Alex, the only one that gets glowy workbenches, I think. That is very cool. And there's a relic to get, and it makes the workbench itself gay, and not just the tool. That's very nice. I was very apprehensive coming into 7.3. What's the vibe? What's the mood? I'm expecting to enjoy... What are you burying over there? Who are we burying is, I guess, the question. That's ya! I'm expecting to enjoy this. I'm expecting to enjoy the story that they give me. I'm expecting to enjoy what they do with Calyx as a villain. It was so interesting and different last time we saw him. I'm expecting to enjoy our like character arc conclusions that we have with Wuklamar and Sphene. I'm expecting to like enjoy all of that. I am not expecting a satisfying conclusion to Alexandria as a nation. I don't think that's gonna happen. They have been too hesitant to like want to address it enough as it is already that at this point I just feel like what I would like to happen to the city and the nation of Alexandria is not gonna happen, and we're going to leave it in a place where it's just like, this is going to feel like another Gridania, where it's like, why haven't we gone back to fix it? Twink Elon Musk is attempting to cook a means of destroying us. Give his previous attempt. It'll be rather horrid. Why not exit the inn in a different instance? No. 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 Ventia! Ooh! You're cyber decked out now. I don't even know what it is that you're wearing. I don't recognize this. What is this? Heavyweight gear. Okay. Spoilers, it's called heavyweight. The final tier is called heavyweight. Oh my god, spoilers. Well, here's what I can say. It's definitely better than the cruiserweight tier. It's definitely better than all the cruiserweight gear, because oh my god is the cruiserweight gear terrible. Way too many Sphenes. See, people talk about... As if Tails hasn't spoiled it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, didn't the president end the last thing by saying heavyweight? I'm pretty sure they literally called out the name heavyweight in the last thing. Is there a way you like heavyweight more than cruiserweight? This casting one? Yes. This one at least that I'm looking at. Yeah, they probably mentioned it in the first quest, yeah. You can exit a cutscene in a different instance? Oh no. See, here's my big thing. People talk about the doomed Yuri between Wuklamar and Sphene. But what I want to know is where's the doomed Yuri between the multiple versions of Sphene? I'm asking the real questions here. Where's our Sphene Doomsfury with another form of Sphene? Where's that? I'm asking the real questions over here. That other people who don't have characters who have a self-cess kink are too afraid to ask. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. It doesn't even just have to be. You could have a threesome of self-cess Sphene. Like we're being denied this. It's unfair. When I first take her away and knowing a bit of spoilage Dawntrail texture, there's gonna be an airship based raid series. Yeah, it does sound like it does sound like a class of ship. Anyway, everything was fucked in Solution 9 when we last left. I forgot, we left on number what? What number of terrorist attack on Solution 9 did we leave on last time? I've lost count at this point. I've lost count at this point. Oh, just the two. Though I'm confusing with all the terrorist attacks on Tilia Lol as well. I'm confusing with how many have happened on Tilia Lol. There's been a lot. There's been a lot. Dawntrail so far the expansion that has had the most 9/11s. Which is also the expansion that takes place in the Americas. What did Yoshi P mean by this? Raha and Alphino patrol the city. Well, you're still late and Alice continue treating Levin sickness on those injured in the attack. I shall stay here to help coordinate efforts, so I suggest taking the opportunity to get some rest. It's like among those other malicious shit like the civilians Sphene gaslighting the populace. I guess, like, well, depowering the city of all of its electricity to strike me with lightning. That's not a terrorist attack, that's an assassination attempt. But it would still affect the city. Oh, there's so many Dancing Green cosplayers running around. I couldn't fight them. And I couldn't even get my authority back when it was stolen. So what good am I? I need to find a way to be more useful. I agree, we need to give this child an axe. I agree. Shale! Targeted tragedy. Shale wishes for a moment of your time. If you have a moment, Manifest, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so I'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Alright, so dinner just in time. Pyra, I've spent a long time rambling about a lot of stuff, so, you know, it worked out well. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we didn't get a better handle on the threat Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. I don't get how the plot wants his 8-year-old to work and be productive. He's 8. Expectations of family and stuff like that. Representative of, like... To be fair. Look, to be fair. We are literally in a place called Alexandria. Wasn't Alexander the Great kind of famously instilled as, like, king at a very young age as well? Is that what they're going for? We're in Alexandria, a place named after Alexandria, the place created by Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great himself became king very, very early. At least make him a teen then. It is a thing where it's just like, you literally had 30 years where Zaralja could have had a kid. He became king at 20, yeah. So, yeah, you could have Galulja be, like, literally any age up to, like, 28 or 29. Because it's a 30-year gap. He could have, like, the kid could have been born at any time. So making him an actual child instead of a teenager is a little weird. It is a little weird. and made his empire by 30. And that's why they called him the Great. And not great because of all of the great crimes he committed in his conquest. Alexandria, that all... I'm honestly shocked we haven't had anything to, like, possibly connect Alexander to Alexandria. I'm shocked that, like, they've not, like, even had someone, like, pose a hypothetical of, I wonder. We already have Alice there running around. Why is the elementary school child wanting to make himself usually should be at daycare? Like, if there is any character in the story who should be saying, I just wanted to play on the playground, it probably should be the 8-year-old. They call Alexander the Great because the great amount of cocky suck. Alpha dude bro men always want to return to the old times where men were men and did a bunch of conquests, but don't want to play the part where they get fucked in the ass all the time. Posers. Fakes. First things first then. Let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly became unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The king of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electric technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goal seems noble enough. Exploring treatments for Levin sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations. Only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated. That evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. Which, you know, as we saw in the Dead Ends, goes so fucking well. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he'll draw Aether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create Endless 1,000-fold. If we meet the four Calyx's schemes, the only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. Baby is good at hacking computers. While Galuja and Shell are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You want to come along? Another malfunction could happen at any time. I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I had to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lance Guard.
I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving into Tulia Lao. Alfredo and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Manifest's group, if you'll have me.
Sure. More mouths ask questions, the merrier. As long as you're aware of the dangers.
Thank you. I'll do my best to not be a burden.
I'm more worried about you, Geode.
Don't do anything stupid.
You'll change your tune once we get back on the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this inside.
Again, we're into that situation of... Again, there's an Elidibus element here that's very similar, of just... What is the plan? I have no fucking idea. Like, when it came to Stormblood's patch villain, in terms of Asahi, once he showed his hand, it was very obvious what he wanted to do. He wanted to break the truce between things like that, and, you know, he had a lot of different ways that he could try and do that. It's a very fragile thing to shatter, so, you know, he had a lot of options. The Heavensward villain, well, I mean, it's Nidhogg. Once Nidhogg is called, he wants to continue the war. Like, it's not that complicated. Elidibus shows up, and it's like, yeah, we know he wants to, like, kill us and stop us. How the fuck is he planning on doing that with, like, rousing everyone to be heroes? No fucking clue. And similar with Calyx. What is Calyx? Like, Calyx's goal is to make a bunch of Endless, but, like, for a dude who seems to be entirely about making very specific targeted plans to defeat the Warrior of Light, what the fuck is his plan for doing that? Because, I'll be honest, the idea of just, don't even reveal that you exist until you drain the entire city of electricity to strike me down. Outside of the fact that it didn't work, I gotta give you props. You're thinking further ahead than, I'm going to show myself directly to the person I'm trying to kill multiple times and give them a chance to kill me. Good luck with your patrol and take your time. We can do without Geo until you're done with the old sort. Sorry. Because I don't think of internalized better matters. Talking with Geo brings back all the old bad habits. I wish I could grow up faster. There'll be so much more I can do when I'm bigger like you. You're allowed to enjoy your childhood. something, the mentality of Alexandria keeps people in an almost childlike state because of the acceptance of, like, the lack of acceptance of life happening. And then we have the actual child who is trying to act like an adult. Contrast, compare, something. Good day digging? I don't know what you're gonna dig here. Actually, no. I know exactly what you're gonna dig here. You're gonna dig these tunes, baby! Yeah! Really digging these gems? Yeah! Yeah! Hell yeah! Are you annoying this child who's drinking alcohol? I support you. I support you in your efforts. Ali Pepe! Yo! Bite-sized pieces of eel and popoto stewed in a spice sauce of tangerine and paprika. I don't know about the eel part, but the rest of it sounds delicious. Oh, thank you. 50 of them! Jesus. Jesus. Is that better than the caramel popcorn that I was given last time? Determination, vitality, critical hit. And this is... Oh, this is crafting points! I was complaining that I couldn't... See, the fiber cables. I couldn't... I was failing a bunch of cosmic crafts, and I'm like, I can't complete any cosmic crafts that's like an A rank or higher. Like, why can't I do this? And then Scribbles asked me about my stats and my food. And I'm like, oh, I'm in like pentamelded, like crested gear. Why am I fucking crafting food? I forgot crafting food existed. I have the Ronic steak, but I've not been eating it. But this is better than the Ronic steak. There we go. I also actually got some gathering food. Of stuffed peppers. So I have been using these for mount tokens. I read that as Dominatrix. I feel like it's why a lot of people use this title. I've definitely seen a number of people dressed in a vibe.
Where it's just like, I want you to misread this as dominatrix. I've definitely seen that quite a number of times. How did she get a fit so cunty? How did that happen? I will do my utmost to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. The city looks as though it's regained its sense of normalcy. Alas, the people not soon forget recent events. Geode, where's your hood? Grisarian, everything doesn't come with it. It's fine. It'll be fine. Though he's Kataisios gun, I don't know how he got that, but you know, I don't question it. Shale picked it out, right? Shale the lesbian? Yes. I want to make sure that the short girl can still show off how long her legs are. How are you all still sad? We had an Arcadion to make you happy. I literally did an Arcadion to make you all happy. Why are you still sad? Jesus. Sorry, I was off my own little world. Shall we get started? Wrong question, Geode. What's your chest hair? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough, given the circumstances. Okay, you also have an Atheris earring. How the fuck did Geode get... Geode has a gun from Kataisios Hyperborea and has an earring from the Ischioscope. How did this happen? It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remained shielded from the horrors of death. And so they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative series consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the spectre of death. As one who's lived in Alexandria, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. Do you think we can handle that responsibility? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. We all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. No, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Hey! Yo! Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. We have an Arcanist back after every other Arcanist ditched it. Yay! If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. And they might be an actual Arcanist. They might be an actual Arcanist because Arcanema may have actually arrived in Alexandria in the same state that we know it as because of the Lalas from Alo Alo. Last time I saw Sphene was in Disneyland. This is a different Sphene. The Sphene that you saw in Disneyland was a recreation of Sphene as an endless, basically an invincible, immortal ghost that was in some capacity a computer simulation. This is the real Sphene that was based on, who has awoken from status after 400 years. So, yeah. This is like the real original one, who was there at the time when, like, the place actually looked like the castles of Disneyland. Wearing a hood and not a white mage. If you look at it closely, her book is called Melodies of Life, which is the main thing of FF9. Aww. This thing was put in the freezer next to the peas, yeah. I guess that makes sense. So if you can take the west side of the recreation zone, then. One of us and I will take the east. Very well. We should end up patrolling the plaza just past Treeview and await you there. If she had a white and red hood, she'd legally be obligated to be a white mage. There's so many of those. I think the Historia healing gear is probably straight up a white mage from FF9 based on how it looks. Because it's just like, yep, that's red and white hood. That looks like a white mage, even though it's general healing gear. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Over the onus of tidbit or two we didn't know before. Hello there, disquieted citizen. Finally got my hands on a neo-regulator. Then came this close to crashing into a hover cargo. Dad, becoming this can't come soon enough. Only if I live that long. God damn. Citizens have become as careful to make sure they don't accidentally die before the big exciting thing happens as the entire FF14 community when it gets to January or on the dawn of Evercold coming out. Oh, the sentries and airwheel are safe to be around now. I just know it's gonna happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need an air regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen's Fiend said so. God, fuck Calyx so hard. Fuck Calyx so hard, asshole. Hello there. You wanna hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His airwheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with them. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday. And I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. These people are now having to deal with death being serious. It's not just that our events in Disneyland led to the people being able to remember death and stuff like that. The last time the story happened, like, all of, like, the robots around town just started killing people en masse. All of the vehicles in town started just, like, steering out of control. And there was, like, car crashes and shit everywhere. Like, a lot of people died the last time the story happens. The Y2K happens, basically. Something, LA's avoid congestion sucks. Ah, the memories. Used to drink around here all the time. Made sure not to overdo when I'd work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside the morning. Or afternoon. Worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. Also wasn't a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Someone died for Geode, and he can't even remember it. Which is probably why he abandoned the regulators. Terrible timing on Y2K's part. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you don't have much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friends. When there's only a few slots left, it's gonna get very ugly. Which I imagine is also, again, the less, like, the fact that the regulators tell you, by the way, this is how many are left. Definitely feels like part of the point. Mind if it's a word? Phil, there's a new factor of these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That fights are likely to break out over the neo-regulators? Further, nearly 4,000 people registered as worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. Vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from recent attacks, and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. So ask around the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can almost confirm if this is a pattern or not. We will send fights over near regulars in the very near future. Should you get one, I suggest you register right away. Imagine having someone in your family die and just having a whole bedroom full of stuff that you showed up cannot remember. That would feel horrifying. It's just... like, they... Again, Dawntrail has created, I think, what is personally one of the most effective dystopian, like, futures I have seen in fiction. How well it is sold here of how fucking horrifying every detail of this fucking place is. Again, it's why I don't think I'm going to be satisfied with whatever conclusion we have for Alexandria, because I think they've done too good of a job of setting up like a very effective dystopian hellhole that I don't think the game is like willing to course correct enough to be like, and now the place is no longer that in a satisfying way. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. Little ones would jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady would always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad's happened to me. Seems like a Herculean task. Again, it feels like they set it up for like, how do we tell the story really well of like how fucked this place is? How do we make people feel uncomfortable? How do we have like everything about this just like get under people's skin? And then just the part of, oh, but Final Fantasy XIV like always does the and then what after it does its stories. And it just feels like how to answer that question is something that they've like not considered as much. Because every time the idea of addressing that comes up, there's some form of dialogue that backs away from it of like, these people literally use the souls of other people to like revive themselves when they die. And like, we know that reincarnation exists in this world. We know how like the nature of souls works. And it's like, what do we do? Like, so them using souls is immoral for our character, and we just keep saying, oh, well, it's their culture, I guess. And it's like, no! No, it's fucked. Like, they also have the hand wave a lot after you come back to Alexandria over and over for, like, gear exchange. Again, it's part of the MMO aspect of just, like, you need to be able to exist here and feel comfortable enough here to, like, play the game here. I do, again, maybe today's story, maybe where today's story ends, will go into the... People have asked before, do I think the nature of the MMO enhances or gets in the way of the storytelling of Final Fantasy XIV? And overall, I'm of the opinion of the story leans into the elements of it being an MMO to assist its story as much as it possibly can. There's some oddities that come from it being an MMO in terms of how its story's told, but overall, 14 does a very good job of leaning into the strengths of how an MMO can tell its story to tell its story. It being one continuous world, and you can always go back to previous areas and do everything, helps it a lot rather than being a series of sequels. Getting you so invested in your character is something that a character creator helps with a lot, and how much you get to find your personality of your character just on a visual aesthetic alone compared to other people helps you be your own character a lot more. It leans into a lot of those strengths. I do think Alexandria is probably the part of the story that is the most hindered in the entire game by it being an MMO. Because the very nature of an MMO requires a certain level of status quo that can't be changed. And Alexandria needs to change a lot more than what the gameplay can allow it to do. So Alexandria specifically is where I'm just like, I think this is a thing where the MMO nature gets into it. Imagine this is a main endgame area in a mainline FF game, non-MMO. Yeah, you could do I feel like you could do a lot more with this in a non-MMO setting for Alexandria specifically. I mean, there's other elements of Dawntrail storytelling that do revolve around the MMO nature. The entire journey with Bookama, you feeling like her mentor, is because of the feeling of your journey that you've been on, so you can feel like you are ready to take on the role of a mentor to a newer person, and that leans into the MMO aspect of like your individual character and their character arc to then feel ready for that. All of the themes of diversity and different people coming together to create a much better, like a unique whole that's very vibrant and everything like that is obviously baked into the design of an MMO, and all of the story of Tuli Alal and Taral and the entire writer succession, all of that leans into the MMO aspects very well, and I think it works really well. Alexandria does feel like that's where they're starting to conflict. You need to do a lot more to make this place no longer fucked, if that's what the story is trying to present. But the MMO nature means that certain things about this place cannot be changed from what they were before. And those elements do conflict. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. City-wide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. You narrowed down to the recreation zone then. You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Please remain calm. I am under orders to ensure the safety of our citizens. In the unlikely event of another mass malfunction, I will act to subdue any affected machines. You're going to be one of the ones malfunctioning, though. You're a machine. What are you... We should have the people who died in the machine rampage wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assume the ushers had already done their work. Do you remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention? That's coming up again. Manifest, I think it's time we rejoined Kral's theme. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kral say to meet them in the plaza just outside of True View? Let's get going. It's terrifying to think that death might be waiting for us around us every corner. But what can you do but keep working and hope for the best? Because things like, in terms of like, how does Alexandria deal with death, right? That's like clearly what we're doing here. These patch series are in Walker. We're making sure the dead can be remembered for maximum panic. Well, we should be able to remember the dead anyways at this stage. Because living memory is shut down. The dead should be able to, any new dead should still be able to be remembered. I fuck so much with the cyberspace aesthetic. That's part of the issue here. That's part of the issue here. Is that they want to sell Alexandria as a horrifying dystopic place that is fucking horrifying, but at the same time, they want people to go, but look at how cool the cyberpunk is. Look at all the cool cyberpunk outfits you can dress in. Look at the cool cyberpunk clothes you can do. Look at the cool cyberpunk places you can pose your characters in and hang out in. They want both at the same time, and that's where it clashes so aggressively. Everything about what you're seeing here is built on the basis of how horrifying this place is, but they also want you to look at this and really like it. They want you to have fun here. They want you to enjoy the place. It's a reflection of modern high-tech society with all its marvels and horrors. We've finished our patrol as well. It did not seem that more people wanted neo-regulators than before. This is why I see the amount of tech where this expert introduces a plague on the glam scene. More people need to dress like a minifest, which is to say, like a goddamn adventurer. You notice that most of my glams make my character look like an adventurer, and I kind of wish that more people who playing this game also likes dressing their character as an adventurer. But I digress. But I digress. So, essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they've simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all? They have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put it another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. There's no need to kill anyone! With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme. Or he had some other need for their lives he's taken. What if the dust found at various sites? Right, sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this step may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Uh-oh. Fucking goddammit! Minifest, we need your help! I've lost control of the soldiers in the residential area! They might be trying to hurt people again! The baby members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Fucking hell. I get why it needs to be done, but the constant recaps get very noticeable very quickly. What's that? Remember that thing that we were discussing about the idea of just like, oh, Netflix like designs its TV shows for people who aren't paying attention and are doom scrolling while watching television. So we need to have recaps all the time? I hope 14 isn't trying to do that. I understand that it's like a little different here because these are patches where it's like 4 months since the last time you did the story. But that doesn't work because we also saw the same thing happen in the base MSQ of Dawntrail. No, not +1 terrorism, no. Damn it. The new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Feel like the DT raids had a lot more remember what happened last time than previous ones. All of DT feels like it. None of us are wearing regulators. Neither are you. Oh, Jesus!
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Oh, the animations!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
Robo zombies. That's an Oblivion number.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly!
Uh-oh. Okay, good. Oh no.
Ryakwe!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother, please.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
Also, Milos is out of bed. He
No,
is getting
not
better.
forever. She'll wake soon. I'm sure of it.
Milos is well enough to be out of bed.
That's
So,
good to hear.
you know, we have that.
Thank you for saving her.
The promise of tomorrow. One hell of a title for a story about how people are worried that tomorrow won't arrive for them. She should recover in due course. Glad we arrived when we did. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company. And I'm gonna do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. And the baseline of impending doom. Corn servant, that is incredibly disrespectful. Corn servant, I think this is one time where corn may not be the thing that helps. I know it's surprising to know, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think corn can help. A corn can't help with literally every problem. I am sorry. The endless choice. Why Akwe is fearful for her comrade. Our comrade. You think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait. Please, he isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Isadora and Milos to complete the applications to leave the dome and we're practically at the door when all this happened. We'll make sure they're taken care of the moment Isadora is ready to travel. What's the goal? What's the goal? Why? What does stoking people's fear to this extent? Gums hurt? That doesn't sound good or healthy. What is the purpose of stoking this much fear into people? Excuse me, I don't need someone here who's going to tell me that I'll be consumed by the envy that drives me. I don't think cowardice is what's dismembering here. I think it's the killer robot. That man, this is awful. Cowardice dismembers. Why is this happening? Isadora's gonna be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my administrations here. I believe in comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. I said just behaving normally like any other. Then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We come as soon as Yayokwe sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Jade could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he's not responding to our communications. We need to prioritize security in the residential sector, though. At least until we regain control over the sentries.
Then we should search for Geode. I agree. As long as believing members is one of regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all cost. Oh, thanks. Here, take these communicators. Yeah, I don't recognize this music. We made modifications to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal. Be using to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her keep hailing Geode. Good luck. Stay safe. Geo said he would sweep the surrounding area, so we shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Hope you find Geode soon. I know he's probably saving people with one hand and fighting off threats with the other, but I can't help but worry. It matters here to us. We'll see to our fallen comrade. Make sure no one else comes down. What's up? Hard at work today. Please, Geode, please be safe. See no sign of Geode. Probably should search further to the east. Search from the apartments first. I'm worried. Geode was telling us about like the bad things that had happened to his life and his goals and aspirations and everything, like right before all of this. You see no sign of Geode. Wayakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There's no response. Probably should continue searching further to the east. Like he was a couple of words saying that he was 2 days from retirement. I'm really worried. The place staying fucked at the end is a storyline that would work if this also wasn't a place they wanted us to keep coming back to hang out and chill and like trade with vendors for like new gear is the issue. The place staying fucked can work storyline wise and everything like that. I'm just like, this is what happens when it goes too far, but because they want us to keep coming back here for like gameplay reasons, it doesn't work as well. Beginning of the day, phantom thing. Well, Geode opened his wallet and long strip of photos of his sick daughter dropped out. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door.
Good
The
ring is
lobby
in here,
secure.
sweetheart. Later tonight.
I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
So they're draining everything possible from them.
That dust.
They're draining the entire body.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Why do they need corporeal ether?
Can they use the corporeal aether to power the endless if they found a way to do that?
Shit.
I don't know if we've had a voice acted shit in this game. They've said it in dialogue. I don't think we've had voice acted.
Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now!
Oh, that's fucked up!
Crap.
Oh, that's fucked up! That's fucking twisted.
Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
You were going to be killed so fucking hard.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
Again, you're running into the same fucking issue
Our
that Endless
bodies
Fiend
are
had
fated
of
to decay
there's a
sooner or
math
later.
issue here.
These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
This guy's gonna die so fucking hard.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
No, because the key just means you're gonna harvest more!
Only seek other victims. Fuck you.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Fuck this guy so fucking hard. Holy shit. Jesus. I mean, they set up the tragic fate of Geode. Perhaps a little too obviously. It's perhaps a little too obvious about. There's a person on patch day doing the sweeping mode. That's so fucked! Oh my god! It is loaded from the cutscene. It's oh Jesus! The disrespect of walking through his dust. Why does Calyx care so much about saving these people if he's so callous and disregarding the lives of others? Is like the confusing thing. Yeah, they set up Geode's tragic fate a little too obviously here. Like Geode has been a character since base Dawntrail, and like we have been hanging around with him for a while. We haven't set up enough of Geode's character for people to be super sad about this. Quickly walk around with him and have him talk about his tragic past and his feelings and everything like that. Yeah. Again, yeah. 3 days from retirement, like it's like maybe set up that stuff in prior patches so it doesn't feel as immediate. Set up that stuff in prior patches so it doesn't feel as immediate. We're now doing more with this character, so it hurts. So you're sad when it happens. Everything about how it went down is very well done in terms of instilling the horror. Instilling the horror of what happens with Geode and stuff like that, in terms of showing the character, the creepy stuff, the horror elements and stuff like that. All of that is really well done. It's really well done in the moment. It's just, it has less impact because of how obviously foreshadowed it was by... We're trying to make you care about this character a lot more right now, so this hurts more, where it's just hearing all of this and they're targeting people without regulators and they famously don't wear regulators in Oblivion is just okay, we know where this is going. We know where this is going. The fact that you're playing your hand so aggressively does make it very obvious what you're doing here. There is that element to it. But the way it played out, getting across the horror vibes of the robot attack, very well done. Very well done. The cinematography, body animations, and everything like that. Very well done. Very well done in that regard. Just the setup before it makes it... it ironically makes it have less impact because it's just yeah, I care about it and I'm sad about it, but I also knew it was coming because you tried to set it up so hard. People said Geode was gonna die before the patch even came out because he was on the patch art despite having no major role in the story before now. People seeing Geode in the patch trail oh, I guess he's dying then, yeah. Yeah, well done in the moment, and it does make me sad. It's just a bit obvious that it was going to happen.
I feel like 14 usually does a better job of like establishing its characters long before their tragic fates. Well, that's a bit unfair. That's a bit unfair when we're talking about a character established over the entire game and it's like the emotional core of the entire thing. Yeah, like 14's a game with plenty of character deaths. Well, my comparison, because like Yotsu is a major character of the story, right? Yotsu is a major character in the story that you see a lot of times. In terms of a character that you only see for a small amount of time and setting it up and kind of like alluding to what's going to happen, to me the comparison here is Tesleen. Like, it's not as obvious for Tesleen that it's going to happen as it is for Geode, even though they are kind of setting it up in a similar way. I think Mephrid was done better than this. Because Mephrid comes back from, like, prior expansions. Though Mephrid... You didn't know Tesla was gonna die because you did just meet her? That is true, yeah. Yeah, Mephrid did do a similar thing about, like... Mephrid was talking about very similar stuff right before it happened. Like, right before he died, he was talking about very similar things to Geode. That was also a thing there, yeah. A lot of people have died in 14. I see some people talk about Final Fantasy XIV just being like, I don't like Final Fantasy XIV because the game is too afraid to have character deaths. Mephrid, the guy who died in the attack on Rolga's Reach. He died in the attack on Rolga's Reach, and he's one of the Alamegan refugees who helped back in Gridania in A Realm Reborn. The old man, that's Conrad. He dies in Kashima, not Kashima Banya. Specula Imperatoris. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say I don't like 14 because 14 is too shy to have characters die. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? Characters die all the fucking time in 14. What do you want about? Final Fantasy XIV has just stopped being a game where half of the main cast dies every expansion. But Final Fantasy XIV still has plenty of characters die. There's still a lot of death in this game. I've seen some people just be like, Final Fantasy XIV doesn't kill enough characters. It kills basically no one. More people need to die for a story to mean something. And I'm just like, you have a very shallow understanding of stories, but also people die like all the fucking time. Timbit! There was a video recently where someone did the math on that. Because, like, there's tiers of characters who die. There's characters who you don't know the name of and they're killed. There's characters who are, like, Geode, where they're, like, smaller bit characters who then end up dying. And then you've got, like, major character deaths where it's like, this was a major character of this story and they are now dead. What's up? Because, like, every single expansion has characters where that's the case. Every expansion has characters who are, like, major characters who die. Claritic? Okay, so it's going to be a terrible video. Ew! I'm sorry, Claritic can't avoid the fact that she's an Australian, which therefore means that she has bad opinions. I'm sorry. It's just if I chance upon someone on my Blue Sky timeline who has a really terrible opinion on Final Fantasy XIV, I look at the name and half of the time it's Claritic. And I tried to watch one of her videos on Heritage Founds, and she basically yada away the colonialist themes of Heritage Founds, and so I stopped watching the video. So yeah. So of course she would only count named character deaths. Of course someone who historically has a history of only bad opinions. Of course she would go, oh, if a character doesn't have a name, then their death doesn't count. Of course that would be the case. It's so funny because I've never seen a Claritic video, but I'm extremely familiar with her bad opinions because she posted in the 14 discussion thread on something awful. Here's the question though: is something awful 14 discussions? Are those better or worse than the official forums? Because the official 14 forums are where you usually go to find the absolute worst opinions possible. Like, hey, we can't be too mad at something awful. I'm doing this in part because of it. Most things end up being better than the official forums. Yeah, even fucking social media is usually better than the fucking official forums. So I've been in the official forums, and every time someone brings up the official forums and essays, it generally goes, why the fuck would you ever go there? Yeah. Never go to the official 14 forums. They are, if you want to see the worst opinions that human beings can have that aren't just fascism is good or you should buy NFTs, like fucking go on the 14 official forums. It's impressive how terrible the opinions there are. See, like here's my thing with I don't hate Claritic. I don't hate Claritic. Like, if I was bothered by her opinion so much on social media, I would have blocked her. But here's my thing with Claritic. She's someone who I almost consistently find myself having opinions that I disagree with about Final Fantasy XIV. But she doesn't seem anywhere near as frustrating as everyone else who I have opinions who I disagree with. Like, when I read a lot of people who have bad opinions about 14, my response is, you're a fucking idiot. I don't want to listen to you. Holy shit, go away. Where with Claritic, I'm just like, that's a bad opinion. But I still respect you as a person, at least. That's a bad opinion, and I don't think it's well-founded. But at least the difference is that her opinions are bad, but they're not generally bad faith opinions. That's, yes. Claritic feels like she genuinely does believe her opinions and isn't trying to be contrived and contrarian. So I can at least be like, you don't annoy me with your bad opinions, I just think you have them. So there is at least that. I in no capacity am I trying to push hate on Claritic. Do not go to Claritic's social media or her videos or anything and be like, and do not do any of that. If you do that, you're way worse than anyone else we're discussing. Obviously, as a fellow trans creator, I can so understand how easy it could be for her to put out an opinion that is bad and be dogpiled for it because she's trans. So like, no hate towards her. And that's kind of my point, despite the fact that I constantly find myself disagreeing with her. I haven't blocked her on social media, despite how often I see her in replies with just god-awful opinions. Because it doesn't feel like she's making those god-awful opinions to be an annoying shithead. So there's at least that. Like, it's kind of like the ideal way of disagreeing with someone, where it's just like, I disagree with you. I don't know how you got to where you are, but you know what? You do you. You do you. You're not, like, negatively impacting other people with with the way that you're expressing your bad opinions. It's kind of the ideal way of, like, finding someone to disagree with in terms of 14. So at least there's that. At least there's that. Like, the one thing I would say that was the bad faith opinion was her yada yadaing away the colonialist aspects of heritage found. And I'm just like, what? Someone who's talking with a very obvious Australian accent, like, just ignoring the colonialist themes in a story? Wow, I'm so surprised by this. Wow, this is so surprising to me. This pile of dust, these ashes, and the soul cell he left behind. Is that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. Who's our friend? Even so. Some might say every death was justified. It meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. I mean, we smash the soul cell, does the soup return to the left? I have a lot of questions that the game has not answered in terms of how the soul cells work of Alexandria. When they erase the memories from a soul, is it to the same extent that the live stream washes away memories from a soul? From like a soul that's in the live stream, so when it's born, when it's reincarnated and reborn again, it doesn't have the memories of that previous life, but there's certain memories that are baked deep within the soul that can come back out, aka Echo, aka memories of the final days. Or is it even more thorough than that, that any form of past life memory is completely evaporated? Also, when someone dies and they gain a new soul, the soul that just left their body before the soul cell refuels them, basically, does that soul return to the life stream and continue the normal cycle? Because, like, the ethics of soul cell use and everything like that do determine a lot on that. Because there's a difference between it interrupting and stopping the natural reincarnation cycle and it cutting it off. One of the horrors of the final days was how it completely cut the reincarnation process. If someone was turned into a terminus, or blasphemy, the words that we use for those, their soul crumbled to dust. It was said their soul never returns to the live stream. How much does what Alexandria does impact that? Because, like, if it completely cuts off that process, then, like, it's completely and utterly, like, fucked. If it's a stopgap to that process, but eventually it all still go back, that doesn't make it good, but it makes it a hell of a lot better. I assume either just, like, either returns to live stream, crystallizes, becomes a ghost or something. Pretty sure wiping is functionally, the wiping is essentially functionally the same as the live stream, that they do eventually go back to the live stream. I would hope so. I would hope so. So the Void Scent eating others, but due to the memory cleanse, there's no effect on the consumer. I mean, the comparison to Void Scent was directly made with Zeralja. My maybe charitable assumption that someone who gets resurrected by a regulator still loses their previous soul to the live stream. That's, I would hope so. Because if they're just dying, because if they were able to harvest the soul upon death, then there would be no mathematical issue. They would die, the soul would just go back into the soul cell and new one's put into there, while that one, like, recharges or whatever with, like, ambient aether. So the fact that they use soul cells and they do run out means that they aren't regaining that soul back into a soul cell when they die, which would presumably mean that that soul, as the person dies, does the same thing the normal process does, which is return to the live stream. Or one of the many other things that can happen to a soul before it returns to the live stream. From a writing perspective, I have to assume that you souls go back to the live stream after being spent during death, because the only way I can imagine the writing around the character's feelings on the matter makes sense. I do agree. I do agree. I do agree. So if they die with no soul cells, the regulator absorbs it, so it can't return. It absorbs the it tracks the memories. I don't think it takes the soul back. I don't think it takes the soul back when they die of like with no soul cells. I don't think their corpor I don't think their soul is taken back into it. I think their memories are. So in fact they had to leave their world because their live stream was so irreversibly fucked. I'd say the whole thing gets spent like the light within us got spent when we killed Emmett. Souls only extracted during a natural death via orogenics. Oh, yeah, that was happening, wasn't it? That was happening, yeah. It could be a process of, even if it's not spent, it could be a case of, even if the souls aren't spent and they do eventually return to the live stream, just that stopgap interruption process can harm the live stream. It is possible. That is possible. That is possible, I guess. Because it might be like, oh, the live stream needs enough in it to sustain itself, and how much it has in it is like natural with just how many souls are there. But the constant interruption of how many souls return to the live stream means that the live stream just doesn't have enough inside of itself to naturally work properly. It's constantly deprived of too much because so much of it is stored here. So even if everything does eventually return to the cycle, the interruption of that cycle still has a negative effect on the live stream. That is very possible. That is very, very possible. And a reflection stolen aether allowed for many more endless? Why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Definite comparisons here to Armor in terms of like why this is fucked. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well. There is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Manifest. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria, before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Why gather collectibles at the same dopamine rush? I will hold the geodes come. If you could take the soul cell, please. Corn servant, I really don't think the corn's gonna help in this situation. I'm sorry, buddy. My memories and yours, though gripped by sadness, Sphene spurs herself to action. We should return to the back room. Shell and the others need to know what happened. Yes. I'll ask Yayokwe to meet us there as well. Again, like, in terms of Calyx's plans to stop us, like, what the fuck's going on? We're really in it now, Corn Servant. what's left of him, I guess.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Golulja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
3D printer, please, we're having you.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
They mentioned that Geode was the one who was taking care of the twins, I believe, when we first met them, right? Like after the twins' dad disappeared.
Things
Geode
would
was,
have
like, kinda
been
taking
far
care of them.
worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after
then we ended
adding
up
what
finding
you
the twins'
discovered
dad
to the
in
leads we've
Margaret's.
dug up,
Oh, okay.
I'm
Sorry,
hopeful we
Dennis.
can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
I don't like how fitting the backrooms music is for how often we have sad-ass fucking cutscenes in here. I am told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe return the bodies of their comrades. They all risk so much. We made a swift patrol the other levels, and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to harvest more ether, it seems. I got back control of the sentries, probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. I've spoken with Vukramat. They'll cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. I assume you know better by now, but I do not plan to try anything alone. We're all here with you. They brought back Geode's gun. Its rounds were spent and its barrel was scorched, so you can be sure he went down fine. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was... He was an older brother to the Nostalgia and me. Shell knew him longer though, and has surely taken it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kafkiwa. Do you think you can check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. It's not. As he said, you need time to look through it.
You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Got curious to the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you have a shoulder to spare. Right then. Let's get out of FFXIV for a bit. That's the... I assume that's the Sphinx botting, Jesus. Lesbian grief adventures. Well, we're having this little moment to be like, Calyx's response to death is like the horrible fucked up things that he's doing. And now, here are our characters, having a healthy response to death. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had the communications modules removed, so even Calyx should be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We're flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. By the way, you should spend 7.5 million gil on this mount. You should spend 7.5 million gil on this mount. These air wheels are Geralt's babies. We won't find a smoother ride in all of FFXIV. They can take the internet out of the vehicles. We can unshitify everything. For years now, I've been taking out one per turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Ridiculous woodsman is the fucking deceit. Sometimes Shield would come along too. It would end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. It's kind of one of two things that I think need to happen for, I think, Alexandria to be put in a situation where things can move on and Alexandria can become a better place. Either the dome needs to disappear, or soul cells need to stop being used entirely. And I don't think either of them are going to happen. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. I think I was discussing this with Crofts in-game one day, where I'm just like, one of two things need to happen for Alexandria. Either the dome needs to disappear because the dome at this point causes more problems than it solves, because it doesn't need to be here because the storm surge is no longer here. It just causes lightning everywhere. Or soul cells need to stop being used. Tearing down the dome seems extremely obvious as a stopping point. It very much does. Phew. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Manifest. Might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. Fairly certain flying an air wheel is a trauma. It's cider for some Terali. That is very true. Very true. They have enough normal weather conditions for it. I mean, yeah, you can just, yeah. Because, like, half of the reason they still wear regulators is because, well, there's lightning outside that can just fucking kill you. And it's like, well, the dome no longer provides any benefits in terms of, like, protecting you from the storm surge. It just does its own storm surge inside the dome. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regular days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Alexandria, you have enough electric. You don't need to keep the dome to keep making more. Pests! The problem there is that the way to do so is not obvious. Otherwise, Raja would have done so in less than 30 years rather than having to build a vanguard. So the Harvest Tulial Souls was in line with Calyx's plan. I can't imagine he felt any benefit of keeping it up and taking it down would expedite invasion, so I didn't. So if he didn't, I'd assume it's because he couldn't.
Then the other way you do it is the end of this storyline is no longer use soul cells. One of the two. I mean, Zoralja would have kept the dome up. It powers his army with the lightning. Zoralja's army is powered by the lightning. Because the lightning they do use to power them, to power Everking. And Calyx's endless plane is probably still powered by all the lightning. Situation where the Aurora Borealis is localized in this one area. Thanks. You can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Although, so you don't know. Never seen you fight up close before. The surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
The Geode's memory.
Oh.
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I think I want to say try if you desire. None for Krile, apparently, though.
I suppose I could spare a moment.
Unless you get one, never mind. Oh, because we left one for Geode, that's what it was saying. We left one for Geode, that makes sense, yeah.
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
The one time your wall is like
Those were the days.
made to drink is the
It was actually right before the
final
Reformation that I
days.
met Geode.
Right before you get Ultimate Thor. I think it's like the one
I
time.
still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
Oh my god, she was a hostess.
So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned.
My lifelong dream is to obtain
Although
a
the
bar
occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left
that
behind
has a secret
contained
door in the
records
back
of a
that
group
goes to
calling
a
itself
cool secret
Oblivion.
place.
After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Really sweet cutscene. Really sweet cutscene that just like
hey, here's this, like, big reminder of, like, you know, all of the stuff that Calyx is disregarding, all of the stuff that, like, you know, Alexandria is trying to do in terms of just, like, forget the people who died, don't worry about it, and everything like that. To respond with all of that, of just like, yeah, it hurts and it sucks, but, like, see how much better we are for it, for addressing it like this? Is a good way to deal with death, yeah. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief. It helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized. Which only fuels my determination. I'm spending every waking moment so I can bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. You shall be smothered by the arrogance that consumes you. That's what I'm gonna do to Calyx. A darkness in the heart. My god, people said this game was turning into Kingdom Hearts, they were right. I really should use Shale's /Violet's VA more. She has a really nice voice. It's the Scottish. It's the Scottish. Shale steals her heart for the work ahead. So I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind. It remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask her for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Manifest? I'm about to find out. Manifest, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds on the outskirts. Cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish sending the shale, of course. Seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I've others to speak with before I return to the background. And also one of the archangels. As long as the memories remain, this wound in my heart will never fully heal. But it might be better that way. To feel something, even pain, is to remember that they lived. And to know that I am still alive. Something, Dark Knight, it weighs as it should. It's amazing how much that line in the Dark Knight quest really is a big summary of, like, so many aspects of 14's story. Not necessarily the line that precludes it. That doesn't apply to all of it. The part of do not seek forgiveness for it will not ease the burden. That applies to some aspects of 14's story, but not all of it. But the part of it weighs as it should. Fucking, that might as well be the core fucking faces of the fucking game. Manifest, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it's my imagination, but the BGM has turned rather ominous, and the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though to be proven wrong, I fear something isn't right here. Who turned on the ooh? Nothing's obvious as loud wailing or acts of violence, but it's more of a ominous ooh in the background. It would be best if you saw for yourself. The regulator equipped resident. Who? You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? What's your life to lose? Me? I've got myself one of those ear regulators and registered a little while ago. So does a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upload was 5,000, wasn't it?
Same title shot right up all those machine malfunctions. So I'm out of time before everyone's registered. Pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Okay, well, like... we're in, like, full-on people think the rapture is coming. Stages. People think the rapture is on the way. Oh, please tell me you bought more regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Sure, the government still has some, or perhaps Queen Sveen. I mean, I look at it, I was a hunter once, but then I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Again, it's like an upset. Like, what he's done is instilled a permanent, like, the only thing that anyone is thinking about everywhere is death. That's the only thing that everyone is thinking about. Papane. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen Sveen. Come on, checking our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if and when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified. The climate for near regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate enough to claim the newly device early on, but I've long since cleared the registration. Death has no hold over me now. I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. What the fuck are the neo-regulators doing to their thoughts? So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. People are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. But with each new registration, the fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Manifest, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. Morty here with Lamachi and Alphino. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Again, to what end does this serve? Did you turn it back on?
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Did they turn it back on? How?
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
That's not how that works.
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck!
With evolution's brilliance will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Oh, no. Oh, the fuckers
Change
working
is
with
easy.
Asians, of course.
No one ever wants to take the first step.
Oh, no.
This
Oh,
This
no.
is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Oh, fuck. He's working with an ASEAN.
You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
And instilling an
It's too
entire
dangerous to stay
populace.
here. Who knows when the next
An
century will
idea.
turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more Neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our
fuck.
only option.
That's why it feels so similar to Elidibus.
If the solution was as
It's a
simple as
similar
leaving,
plan to
then we'd all have left
Elidibus.
already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
Yeah, go where there aren't murder robots.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Yeah, Calyx is the whole idea of like, what's Calyx up to? Why is he trying to like make people as a whole think this way? It feels like Elidibus, where why is Elidibus trying to instill hope in Warriors of Light and everything? Why is Calyx so insistent on instilling fear of death in everyone? Well, what happens if the entire population of an entire Alexandria are consumed by nothing but the thoughts of the fear for death? And they come together and pray. Oh. Alright. Because Calyx is familiar with the terminology of the Source and the Ninth, he's likely working with an ASEAN. Oh, what do ASEANs love doing? Oh, fuck. What does that even entitle? What will that even, like... What will even be created from that? Boy, Praetor is a load-bearing one in this setting. If that's the case, throwing a primal at the primal killing machine is an exceedingly stupid plan. He is stupid. See, I made the joke. I made the joke in Discord of, what if Calyx's plan is to work out how death works so we can install death.exe into the Warrior of Light?
A primal born from the fear of death might know how to do that? So what's this primal fueled by? Literally just the concept of death. So what does that give it the power over? Death. First, those deadly malfunctions, and our citywide announcement. He spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 analysts. Perhaps more than necessary. Why are you still even doing this, guys? We solved the plot. We had the hopefuls who descended on the map sheet dispersed for now. We can see tempers. We could see tempers in the crowd was starting to fray. The latest wave attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx and soon. Yeah, the moment that Calyx is using the word pray, it's just like, oh, this fucker's working with an Ascian. The word pray there has to mean what I think it means. She said exactly like that too. Dead in the camera and everything. My apologies. The site is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. I'm sorry we couldn't be there in time. Carl told me everything that happened while we were away. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chooses to do so, he can deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. What's up, Yunsa? We're terrified today. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, please let them shelter until you allow. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once our landscape arrives. In which case, we best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and must prepare for possible violence. We haven't found where Calyx is hiding, though. We're ready to move at a moment's notice. Sure, we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. It's weird for you to talk about the way Wiclamart talks about Endless Fiend as if Fiend isn't also here. I mean, again, they are different people, but like, it's still funny. You give so much of yourself to those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Preservation, their purpose. Wiclamart assesses her surroundings with grim determination. Toriola would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. What of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own. Yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world. Too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear. So together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. The doomedest of all the Yuri, Jesus. That's playing, I'm chilling, I'm cool, I'm not worried at all. I'm launching with my chakrams in hand. Oh, maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it then. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. Friends who sizzle. I would be yours as well, Spin. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue. And you'll do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love.
That's how to protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. Let them have their Yuri. Let them have their Yuri. But right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? Why does this dialogue option exist? There you are! Kalusha! Oh, and Shale. Hey, they should have. Kalusha. Ah, splendid. We're afraid we'd miss you. I'll send the others since you were here. Mind if you have two lovers? Let them have the one. I am letting them. I am letting them. Good news, Manifest. We finally found the chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on Evercube's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called. And it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long to get just this far. You understood? What do you say we'll go check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need a lift to get to the complex. Finally, solution 10. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and I have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. See, you say that Manifest has to let the others have their one lover. What about Y'shtola? Y'shtola's trying her best to get a new partner on every goddamn reflection. My girl is committed to making sure she has the most complicated polycule of exclusively long-distance relationships possible. Oh, we're going on the other... Okay. We're going on the other elevator this time. An institute on preservation scale would have many such facilities in the city. And I cannot but wonder if this is where my parents went. Preservation laboratories. I shudder to think what they're researching. There's no time to be squeamish. What a curious like dungeon circle of NPCs. Shell made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. It sounds like Kalusha played a big part in this breakthrough. I'm sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we're inside. It wasn't actually all that different to the story of how we stumbled across the back room. Ready to head on up? Next up, the 10th level. I'm just part of Y'shtola's harem. Why are we teaching an 8-year-old Excel? Because every job in the future, you'll obviously need to know Excel. God, I don't want to think about how much I'd be sneezing just walking here with how fucking dusty it would be.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark, I can barely see.
Surprise, my dungeon.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
Yeah, how many new tracks have we had this patch alone? Because it feels like a lot.
You got the lights working.
Ominously eliminated some.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
Again, I'd be
It was
sneezing
thanks to
so much.
Kral and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, We reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
And ta-da!
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
We went through everything one by one by one.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
None of you worked out how to use to make a search array to search for it, like, on the computer. Found out a lot of Alexandrians use 1234 as their door code. Do I hit on the girl that my girlfriend's trying to flirt with? Do I hit on the girl that my girlfriend's trying to flirt with? I set up a Google alert for Calyx. Sounds like you need one of Gunnel's energy drinks. So do I. I'm about to say, so do I. Mine's empty. No, it's not. Why am I not drinking this?
Concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Shale, what could you possibly mean by that? I don't have sleep issues or anything, or energy issues because of these. I don't know what you're talking
your
about.
helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
So I do notice 250ml can. I have smaller
We're more than
cannabis
happy
now.
to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
Probably. They pay the kid chicken nuggies and cheese for doing
It's
all
highly
the work.
likely. And personally, I hope he does.
Good, come fight me, I'll fucking kill ya. Turns out the glowing rainbow does not help you with hacking. Right. Wish I could have a can. Yeah, I've decided that the energy drinks I do need because my energy levels are so bad. But instead of having a big ass can of 500ml and crashing afterwards, I found these cans which are really cheap. If you buy them in 4-packs, they're only $1 each. And they're 250ml, so I hopefully shouldn't crash as hard after finishing one of these. And also on a 14th stream, I'll probably still have 2 of these, whatever. All you drink is tea, and tea tastes like shit from a butt. Tea tastes amazing though. You just have bad tea, I guess. You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. After this cutscene, I need to go to the bathroom. Now, as for where that might be. Yep. Yes, this map matches my data. The room we're in is in the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So, we should get across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to... Surprise, it is a dungeon! We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, probably be a card of some kind. Can't you... you know, work some electro magic? Hack. Can't you just hack it? Isn't that what you computer people do? Don't you just go tuk 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 and hack? I'll try my best, but this type of luck is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. Do the computer thing that you do. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Look, come on, this isn't a video game. It's a video game. It's like hacking. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. As long as they really need to go to the bathroom. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get the searching, shall we? I went from I don't need to pee to intensely desperately need to pee in the case of like a minute and a half. I expect we'll have most likely where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Highlighting that word.
You begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Oh! We're actually doing a thing? Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to information provided by your comrades should you find yourself unable to proceed. Don't talk to people. There's spoilers for puzzles. Okay. Remember to... just people were joking that this was the Resident Evil patch. Now we have an actual puzzle to solve. Yay! This is the Resident Evil puzzle in my MSQ. I need to go to the bathroom. I really, really desperately. I cannot wait. So I'll be back and we'll do it. We'll do the puzzle then. Yeah. And we are back. People are talking about fruits. I don't know what's going on here. What's this about fruits? Why do good strawberries already have so many seeds in them? Those seeds are the actual fruit part of the strawberry. There's invented fruit that doesn't get stuck in my teeth as much. Wiggles are right. Fruit salad is yummy, yummy. My issue with most fruits is just texture. I find most of the textures of most fruits to be more. Neo Ishgardian Ring of Slaying Pog. Did I sell one? Yes, I did. Yeah, Galucha was watching Cocomelon while I was gone. Thankfully. I don't think 8-year-olds watch Cocomelon, but I also don't know many 8-year-olds. Anyway, we're here to do a puzzle. I heard we're checking personal belongings and we have to solve a puzzle. Is what I am understanding we're doing. And don't talk to NPCs, they spoil. This is the index page of an employee manual. That'll be a lot. Personal belongings first. A few documents in an untidy stack atop a desk. You find our security cards hidden among them. Pretty much the only thing I can have right now, so I'm spending a fortune at the farmers markets. So you like get it like a fruit and smash it up into bits and then I'll eat it. There's more shoving in to hold some office supplies and little else of a note. I wished I could enjoy the texture of mango, because I fucking love the flavor of mango, but the texture of it, it's like half squishy, half stringy, and I cannot handle it. Yeah, give me a smoothie. Give me a smoothie. So the texture is smoothie. I'd much rather have fruit smoothie than the fruit on its own. I very much agree. But give me a fruit smoothie that's like primarily fruit. Don't give me a fruit smoothie that's like, oh, there's like half of a slice of apple in here and the rest of it is like ice cream and milk and a bunch of other stuff. Give me a smoothie that's just like blended ice and fruit. I discovered I can have oat milk, still no coffee though. This piece of mail on the desk with the drawer is already open. The inside a glance at the desk former's owner has left some things behind. Just remember, not put a banana in a smoothie because otherwise it's all you taste. Me trying to make banana daiquiris where I can actually taste the other things in a banana daiquiri that aren't just banana. That's a milkshake, not a smoothie, or slushy. Exactly. A lot of places will say we have fruit smoothies here, and they're actually just fruit milkshakes. And it's like, no, that's not what I want from a smoothie. You discovered a card-shaped object. The electric surface is marked with the bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try on the door and see if it opens. Yeah. Scanning device. Scanning device. Card-shaped object you hold looks to be a similar size to the scanner panel. Card-shaped object. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. I solved the puzzle! I did it! It's open! You did it, Manifest. I solved the puzzle. Good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though. Why would they abandon the facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, so that terminal they told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Did someone say card-shaped object? Card-shaped object, that'd be a card. Where's the blonde Falcon and the old man? I was promised a Falcon and a hot DILF. Oh, Resident Evil. Let's continue onwards. The door to Rector's office is across the central hub. But I find Leon to be that hot. I feel like the animations of Requiem are the main thing that people are looking at. People see the animations. Personal protocols. For security reasons, Containment Complex 1029 has been registered as Materials Distribution Center. Case in mind, conduct yourself accordingly both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their tasks within the designated workrooms. The Researchers Commons, Proto Lab, or the Zero Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry a security card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas for which you have access. Equip your regulator at all times. Due to the highly confidential nature of the research materials and other data managed within this complex, preservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify the memories of all registered personnel. So we're just doing Severance now. We're just doing Severance. Okay. So why I cottage industry came up around Leon being hot when Carlos is right there. Crafts, you know why. Crafts, if you're trying to ask a lot of people on the internet why they thirst over Leon and not Carlos, you do know the answer. Unfortunately, you do. She can't not nearly as hot as remake Carlos. Please log in with your personal account of you. Once again, you can read your HP and the company's meeting experiences through the game. This is just Severance. I've not even watched Severance, and I'm just like, oh, this is Severance. Leadership personnel. Complex Director, Demetrius. Proto Lab, Chief, Esfa. Zero Lab, Chief. So, once again, Crofts, I think what's happening is you're falling into that meme of just like, oh, you people talk about MILFs. If you saw the mums I'd want to fuck, you'd hurl. Crafts, I feel like that's just your experience on a day-to-day life, but for men. And probably women too, honestly. Looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. This must be the door to Director's office. Go on, try the card. Not a single soul here besides us. Go by the room labels on that map. We haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Another locked door. We try the same card again, but I don't think I have the director's card. Access denied. If I show my friends the bears, I'd find they'd be concerned. Not good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding level 3 security clearance to open the lock. See, it needs a yellow. We only have a blue, but to get the yellow, we'll need to use the blue to get a red. If I got the color of cards in the wrong order, I'm sorry, I haven't actually played the original Doom games. I am a poser. Access denied! Sending laser hallway. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Was that our search in the Proto Lab? I thought it was already open at least. Find a way together, Shale. I'm sure of it. See, if this was really Resident Evil, we wouldn't have a level 1 card key. We would have a spade card key, and would use that to get the heart card key, which would use to get the diamonds card key. If this truly was Resident Evil. Oh, I have to speak to her first. The way this room is set up. The gas room set into a large house looks to be so sad. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create this? We could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding going to the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Klujan mentioned a look over in the corner that couldn't be opened. Perhaps you could take a look. Very confused about why machine was buffering the whole time I was VPNing from Egypt. This explains everything. But I've a cool banana object that someone decided should be a door key. You found a strange object. Why does it look like a lion head? Why did it work when I put it in the door? It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. I'm trying to find a bathroom in this place. You only got the spade card key. Has anyone seen a peculiar paperweight? It's Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. That mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh. I am stifled by this vessel of flesh! I had a meeting with Director Demetrius yesterday. I had heard others praise his genius intellects, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reached at critical levels, yet Queen Spain insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. And my Lala colleagues, including the Pro Lab chief, have been behaving in a slightly suspicious manner of late. Shall I report my concerns to the director? And tomorrow I've been assigned to assist with the research project in the Dawntrail lab. We were scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It seemed prudent to back up my memory data. Why is the door to a sewer locked by a control panel shaped like a chessboard? The locked door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that the input in the correct combination will open it. You have yet to uncover any potential combinations, but I'm speaking with your comrades to help progress your investigation. Funny, yeah, that one is actually real. You have to insert chess pieces of different types. Try 6969. 1, 2, 4, 9, 14, 18. No, that doesn't really work. When you really need to pee, but you need to answer these riddles through. 11037. Clearly the. 1, Clearly, I don't recognize these numbers. These are Alexandria numbers. See, I was about to do 6769. 5 digits. A 5 digit? Final Fantasy XIV breaking new grounds by having a keypad that requires 5 digits, not 4. 1, 1, 0, 3, 7, let's go. Aww. Because then the manifest realized she can't read. 69 yeah, you're actually, you know, you're right. 69 420. Right. Yeah, good point. Good point. 69 420. 69 420. Ah, damn it! Damn it! No! Damn it. Now I have to speak to the other people. Now I have to. They are the actual thing. I looked at his data tablet and found the journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in the ether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved the data target value set by Master Calyx. Although I will become endless as per our secondary protocols, I'll preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. 42069, it might be the other way around. Please, excuse my impatience. Let me track down Calyx. They're close. I should get my hands on them. This machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people? Hey! Kryl actually talking about the trauma she has from Stormblood. They remembered that. It's like one of the things in the game that they actually do forget happened. Now they're highlighting afterwards because people were having trouble. Apparently not. No one does. It all looks so complicated. So I thought Shell would teach me how to use these machines. What are you looking at? These don't seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for an efficiency procedure review. 201930 and 148. 11509 was close. 11509 was close. Do you remember people on Twitter complaining about this because they don't read?
I need to hurt people. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. 158! That was the special one. 11509. The historic number. Experiment 163. New proposal produced as a result of 9834. Deceased, value verified. I don't know what anything that means. It makes sense later on. 11509. That's the historic number. We were actually close with our Danganronpa joke. We were actually close. 11509. Hey! Hey! I once got 5.3 reactions when I did most of the tweets were like, holy shit, you people can't do anything. If this is too much, for people to do, don't play video games. People want more and varied MSQ, but then complain that it's easy. Questing in Final Fantasy XIV is so boring. All it is talk to people. Walk somewhere and talk to people. Walk somewhere and talk to people. What? You mean I have to enter a key code of a number that someone tells me? That's too much. That's too much. I hate people who play Final Fantasy XIV. We discover a level 2 security card. Yay. I realized a few times I said the phone goes on. That's how you way to go. Manifest, you got the locker open. And you've had that security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We need level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Manifest. Imagine putting this puzzle in an actual dungeon. These preservation members lead such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards? I guess I imagine they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you recall. So the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization together. Wherein Wooklamat discovers the banality of evil. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. What I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex. And afterwards decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this, and how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, maybe we can read more on the other tablet there. Right, let's move on these investigations on another room. Well, we have the Deutero lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked doors across the way. Which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one, if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. The closest thing was the colored coral switches from Sasha. Again, it's another one of those things that people complain. I don't like that dungeons are only hallways. I wish dungeons were more interesting than just being hallways. But any dungeon that isn't just a hallway is complained about being too, like, slow. And oh my god, it slows down the game and... Appears to be a researcher's personal data. Again, it's that fucking... it's that Simpsons bit. So you want a show that's totally off the walls and crazy and zany, but also grounded and deals with day-to-day problems? And you should win things by playing. Today I began my... wait. Oh, this is the one that we were reading, yeah. I already read that one. I thought you were talking about another one to read. Problem comes with repetition. The Galaxy is Sasha really cool the first time, less so the 367th time. Which again, what do people want? What do people want? Honestly, if you want a dungeon where I think it works well, Wanderer's Palace, the middle section of Wanderer's Palace, I think works pretty well. Because working out how to optimally do Wanderer's Palace is like, you know, if you're going in with people and you're all playing together, working out the optimal route for Wanderer's Palace in the middle section is a thing to actually work out and solve. And then once you know how to do it, then you can just do it. You don't have to slow down by like going somewhere else and checking something. You just do the thing. A way of giving that, it's a way of like the first time you do it, you got like a little bit to play with and a little bit to work out, and then on subsequent playthroughs, you can just do the thing. Bottom's metal, but make the mechanics boss do different mechanics each time, but still take the same amount of time to clear if you do them more correctly. Yeah. Yeah, that would be like a really good example of like changing it up. It's almost like the best duty in the game is Cash from Blacklist Azor or something. It's almost like the best duty in the game is Cash from Blacklist Azor. It's almost like Cash from Blacklist Azor having two different bosses that you start with, and then having a big mob boss fight afterwards, and then having a section where you can optionally go and do a bunch of stuff to save a bunch of people, and there's different ways of optimizing that and different gameplay things you can do, and then having a Dramalek use two of his possible attacks each time and resulting in different combinations each time, and then going into the boss fight against Darwan and optionally being able to choose whether you also fight line in the middle of that, whether you stick with Darwan the entire time. NPCs couldn't do them if they can't move to preset safe spots. How much of the game is ruined because of duty support? I'll raise you D up, but we're still both talking Bosnia, so... Delibram Regine is really good. The main thing against Delibram Regine compared to Castrum Lacus is just that Castrum Lacus changes more on repeat playthroughs. Delibram is really good. Delibram is the same each time you do Delibram. That's the main thing. You can have two runs of Castrum where like you hardly the only boss fights you overlap is the mob boss fight before the prisoners and a drama like who uses different attacks each time. And I guess Darwin. Darwin would be the main thing that you do every time, because even if you fight line, you still fight Darwin. Sorry, I have new caps for my headphones, which is nice, and I'm glad that I have them. It seems like they're actually slightly too big. So they're like a little too big in my ears, so like I've got to put them in a very particular way where they don't like annoy my ears. Variant dungeons have been fucking fantastic. Variant dungeons are fucking fantastic. You're not designed to run variant dungeons as frequently as normal things because they don't appear in like a daily roulette. Calyx hasn't made the show his face yet, I see. Maybe he hasn't noticed us. Or maybe he's just watching and waiting. Like a pervert. What else do they have in this place? Where that map right must be a lot smaller than Yuwata facility. Scanner awaits. Hold the security card up to the panel and should unlock the door. It seems like everyone who joined preservation became in this right away. There must have been research that required physical bodies. Would it make Casham like Sora and Dariata easy to enter? They could have made those like Delphin Regine, but they didn't. The way that Castrum and Dalriada work, I think is fine. The way that Castrum and Dalriada work is fine for what they are, which is to break up the pace of being in one of the zones for a long period of time. Because the point of those is, if you're in Bosnia doing Bosnia stuff, you don't just spend 2 hours endlessly doing sieges and skirmishes. It's broken up every now and then by these big dramatic raids. That's their function, that's their purpose. Their purpose is to make sure that the gameplay loop of Bosnia doesn't just become the same thing for the 180 minutes you've got on your instance timer. It's designed to break it up. That's its primary function. And I think for what that is, it works very well. It's not fun when you're new player and just want to finish the budget storyline and get the relic weapon. Yeah, but like, it's maximum an hour.
Like, I believe the maximum wait time for Castrum and Dariata is an hour. You can just hang out in there and just, like, do the fights and work on that while you're doing it. With all this plan, my parents' authorization, where might they be now? Scanning device. Avoid silently for security card with the appropriate level of clearance. Yeah, it opened. So where should we go first? The Natura lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. Yeah, having to queue up for DR by waiting in PF and then needing to wait 10 minutes, which is still really dumb that they haven't gotten rid of that. I don't know how they haven't gotten rid of the wait time for Delibram. That is so absurd. It's so absurd that they haven't gotten rid of the wait time for Delibram. I could understand our level of wait time for Delibram for just like if you are trying to queue in more than 8 people, so people have a little bit of time. 2 minutes max. 2 minutes maximum is required for Delibram wait times. You don't need the 10-minute wait time. That's what I'm buzzing. They say how many of them would be present when Castrum or Dariata opens. Apparently, Bozzy's been pretty alright lately. Apparently, Bozzy has quite a few people in it right now. How much? How much? How much? What is it, Galuja? Sure, the security card opening this door has easily lost. If I'm playing Super Off-Peak and EO, I never had a Castrum that didn't have enough people to save the hostages plus clear. I've definitely had Castrums appear where there's not enough people to do it. I've definitely seen that. Like, I've had Castrum appear and it's literally only me. I have had that happen. But, like, also 5 people is, like, enough. Like, my thing is, like, because you have to PF Delibram, right? Because Delibram is something you have to PF to get a party for. My thing is, you could easily just, like, if you're desperate, just PF Castrum. Just put up a PF for Castrum for Southern Front and just say, going into Southern Front with the goal of clearing Castrum, can people join? I think it's the same thing. I think it's the same thing. EU population density is so much higher than NA. Yeah, because there's a lot less servers. But also, like, when I play at dead hours, it's the deadest of dead hours because I live in Australia compared to the time zone that I play in. So, like, I will play the game when there's, like, 2 parties in PF in total, so. Unfortunately, free trial users must suffer. Then that just applies to a lot of content. That just applies to a lot of content. Free trial, like, free trial. Okay, free trial users try to do a Realm Reborn relic. Like, I'm gonna make a rule life for exploratory content dungeons. I wish it was easier to get into content like that without having to actively plan for it. I do agree with that. How strange. Because I was not lit up like the others. Like, if Mental Roulette could somehow drag you into Delibram, that would be fun. But I have no idea how you'd make that system work. What does this sign say? Shell, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, nothing at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here. There's a sign about the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. Facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see if I can get the power source to the Natura lab, shall we? Duralab. PlayStation buttons. Oh good, the terminal is set up. That means we have power in this room. Yeah, setting, yeah, how do you have people like randomly get pulled into Delabrum and then have their essences ready? But a Duralab must have required great amounts of energy to operate. Experiments are they conducted in there. People are already baby rage at getting removed. I actually want Burger Crown mentors to get dragged into BA. If you're queuing for mentor or late, you're expecting to be pulled into anything. Oh, some big flashy float towers. What they're there for. So this room was managing the power supply and utilities. I know they kept security custody here as well. I think I've still got a little bit of Astrobot DLC to play at this point. I think there's still a couple of things left to do. Engaging power supply. Oh good. So it's running an error. It must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shell, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, same model as the one used in Heritage Farms. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hole, directly to the Zura lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Use a control panel set on each of tiles. We create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction menu. Indeed. If you can look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal directories. But also ask someone to operate the generator. I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Would you be able to try and reconfigure the circuit path manifest? Reconciles can help by supplying manifests with all that information might be found on the circuitry configuration. There are lines on the floor! Last update they released was enough for a full-length stream, so you're hoping for more to fill it out, but then they didn't. Aww. And then I cry. Okay, so that has to go to there. Okay, SE control panel. It was raining for tile patterns in correct positions. Access to the control panels and configure the circuitry. Oh, okay. I thought I was like rotating each one. Oh no, I'm choosing which one goes where. Okay. Oh, I'm choosing which one goes where. Okay. Okay, so this will be no square, like the Enix. There we go, and that one's gonna reach there. So this could be a triangle or a cube. We already have a cube, so let's go for a triangle. And if I go for a circle, let go. But then what does this do? Just made that this shape. Hey, that also exists. Charlie Kirkle. Do I need to connect this? I mean, it's an unbroken chain. It's an unbroken chain, but does this need to like be also connected? Is that the goals and ideas? Just try to show this diagram of like 3/4 visible. Good little job, power it up. Oh, okay. So I guess it does actually all need to connect in some capacity. Okay then. Well, the only thing that can be here is square because it's the only thing that actually reaches that side. And the top one there, I guess this could be a diamond. Oh, this could also be a diamond. I didn't see the diamonds earlier. And then if this goes to a triangle, there we go. There we go. Yay, you've connected all the circuits. One of your comrades is successful reconfiguration. There we go. I am a brain genius. It worked. It didn't manifest. Yes, we. The Dawntrail lab should be now fully powered. Well done, everyone. I figured it out with no hints. Applying for a requested role queue and I'm 35th in queue. I'm starting to think it might be a lie. They've requested it a bit too much, maybe. If I may share, could we access a certain dialogue before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation in the early days is in the title. Of course. I'll take a moment to bring up the contents. Ah, looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian institute for technological development, was founded by Calyx, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Get fucked, Alpha Noah and Alice. Say this guy's even younger. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calyx's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflicts grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calyx funneled preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calyx eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. This account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calyx could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now, I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was going to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as always by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by the same deeply held beliefs, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Again, he's running headfirst into the dead ends. Why is living room the only place to get broccoli? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dawntrail lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything I want over just to be sure. Puzzle solved. Had his own body not been fated to fail him so young, would Calyx have pursued his endless project with such fervor? Everything we heard in this place sings Calyx's praises. People who worked him must have truly idolized him. That Alexandria survived the war was in no small part thanks to defensive measures developed by preservation. In that regard, I shall always be grateful. Well, also cooks ultimate thought onions and help us potatoes. True. The door has power now. Pardon me. Engine current seems stable enough, so you should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. On a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Maybe chuck on a regulator for this. Maybe just for this, chuck on a regulator. Calculated evolution. Shell's examining the card scanner. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. 'Cause 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 'c It's above, isn't that? Yeah, it is. The key to the interdimensional fusion? There looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Manifest has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once its treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components are constructed here. So what might that tell us? The key has just been the crystal the entire time. The key has been the crystal the entire time. The crystal itself is the key. That would be a logical conclusion, yes. Just as my parents explained. Charles, let's get him a drink from. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation will enter it with electrode, but never cross technologies underlying principles. Does there not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion? Nor who imbued the key with its power, nor when they did so, nor why. I mean, we have suspicions at something that may have had a hand. Now it makes sense. Calyx can trap the key because its vessel is made for preservation. I bet there's much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I have to enlist Shola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the Director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature, so the personnel must have belonged to organizations of echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spray out and look for any cards if they're find. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is not good to us. I mean, it is notable that the crystal inside is like the same color as our crystal. Can I read anything on there? No, they're just spinning science shit. Damn. Storage crate. One storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects. None of which are security cards. Boo. Boo. Wheeled shelving unit. You find wheels. Slightly looking shelving unit holds storage crate instead of barrels. That's not many security cards. What about the drawers? Oh my god, it actually opened. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Let's go. If you did find a security card, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shell examine it to be sure. I'm honestly shocked that like actually opened. I really didn't expect to actually physically see it open. Keep holding out hope that I'll find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. The card on the shelf. You're looking for the drawers. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? They are actually 3D printing vessels. They are straight up 3D printing vessels there. Well, this is exactly what we needed. That's like Manifest. I still full of it after all these years. Ooh, level 3. Actually goes into the director's office. So what was you hoping to find in here again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this assembly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirm traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you as the keyholder are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic. Then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in that castle, Calyx said he was measuring manifest strength. What can he possibly dream of that's stronger than her? Well, speaking of cameras, there's another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll stop the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Again, dead ends. Literally, dead end.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Push back against him and he just fucking kills you. She really wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data. And the man that pulled the trigger was directed Demetrius himself. Everything I could find led him pointing to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. Cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in. I dare not ask what became of them after that. But if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... I mean, Kral, you did meet them in the lands where they were already dead. They did not regret. I'm not gonna say the first one. They did not regret their actions. Maybe they know something flew several years later. Right. The Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Did you not? I guess I saw it because, well, who did I see? Who triggered the Echo when I had it? Was it Kral talking about it or someone else? Because I guess if Kral triggered it, she didn't echo herself. But if it was someone else at the same time, she should have seen it. But I guess, yeah. Kral. Alright, not sweet. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Yeah, but it was Canomram's memory that activated it, then Kral should have had it at the same time. But if it was Kral that activated it, then yeah, she wouldn't have an echo of herself. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. We got off her relaying Ghoul Jar Jar's retelling, so she didn't get to see it. What we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their bloodlines. They made sure no one else could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? Cell behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the director's office. There's also the fact that, like, her parents had the key. And we know Preservation got the key back. We also know that Preservation got the key back. Because, you know, they had it at the start of the, like, events of Dawntrail. Well, Scarlet's want to give yours execute defectors. The more we learn about him, the less I understand. I was going to find information on my parents in this next reminder. And that's something I can be proud of. Oh no, they did give it to... No, sorry, yeah, they did give it to Ghoul Jar Jar. Sorry, yeah, no. Yeah, because, sorry, Zaraja stole it and then, sorry. Memory bad. Memory bad! Memory bad, forgive me. My only investigations put the data relay just past this door. Let's get it open, shall we? That man the recording was sent to Demetrius, and this must be his office. Hearing her talk about her parents reminded me of how much I miss Namika. I guess I'll never really get over it. Scan device. You are selling for security card with the appropriate level of clearance. Level 3! A lot of things to remember in this game. So much to this game. Oh my god, so big. Game's so big. Now to find that data relay. Don't be shy, everyone. Speak of anything odd catches your eye. Manifest, come with me. I might have needed that security card. Alright, evil director's office this time. We're finally in the office of the mayor of the chief of police, and now we're gonna find out how much of a pedophile he is. Let's go. Yo, look at the trophies that he's won. Let's go. Documents everywhere. I was remembering if you watch multiple other people play through the game. Damn. Someone isn't gonna turn the outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. His office is also smaller than the map suggested. Pause in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Manifest. Can I ask you and the others search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Okay, where do I open the wall to go into the next room? Lovely director, generic crap on his shelf. If I was doing New Game Plus with Olivia's stream, he sort of flipped out of the meteor shower showing up early now because he totally forgot how early it shows up. It's funny going back to ARR and just being like, remember this for several hundred hours from now because it will become relevant. Like, one of the first fucking things that happen when you make a new character is hear the phrase hear, feel, think, and it's just like, I hope you are ready. Because in 4.5 expansions, you're finally gonna learn what that means. It's fantastic. Find a grapple note wedge between the file binders. Secure a room with access. Requires password to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, Deutero Lab, and Director's Office. Oh shit. We're gonna activate all the keys at the same time. Oh shit. Beverage station. Having been dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. Because of no other purpose beyond brewing coffee. There remains to be seen what it will be able to do so once more. Coffee machine. Oh, cutscene for this one. Amongst other personal effects, find one presumably the director's data tablet. Closed locker sits next to the tablet. Holy shit, a Keurig. You pick up the data tablet and begin sieving through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note, mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the cause of energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities for personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining land designated for Aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident details in full report. Those two inept of Malala broke the preservation and absconded with the key. The fugitives have since been caught and eliminated. We were too late to recover the relic. There's explicit confirmation. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx's physical instruments to conduct these experiments. To provide for the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. Complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to Aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subjected to Master Calyx's discretion. If nothing must fit them, we are not deserving of eternal life. You all lost the key. The entire place is getting killed. All personnel have undergone processing. Once shutdown protocols have been completed, I'll proceed with my incorporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it need be for experiments or otherwise, we must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. So that in-facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Oh, explore! I didn't get to explore the locker. Whoopsies. Collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. We found something. Oh, thank you. A misplaced notes, was it? Well, the instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. So you need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure. No doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. It is the locker! Concealed. By electrope, you mean? How could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past.
No, you hop in the locker. It's the elevator. Remember what Kafkiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an electric surface? Electrip isn't always what it appears to be. Well, come on, smash it with your axe. Of course, a trip is how you also look of all of Solution Nine's flaws and walls, isn't it? In which case, shouldn't be too hard to disable. Hell yeah. Another door. Managed to activate the projection, but the lock is another story. Did not lay out the password protocol. I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. Two people should prepare the lab terminals to input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the proto lab. Then I'll take the terror lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and his people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are itemized clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I'll take the terror lab duty then. We can get in touch via communicator to match our timing. Manifest shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once to determine what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide with the master crowd through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. One with the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. Oh my god. It's missing a gemstone in it. I guess we'll need to find a way to put next to this sapphire and ruby to go over here and place a... Say the word emerald for a Pokemon reference, or say the word Sphene for a Final Fantasy XIV reference. Two jewels are embedded in this electrode plate. Identify the blue gem as sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. No! It's a ruby! It's a Pokemon reference! It's totally not a reference to Final Fantasy IX, which has a character called Garnet, I believe. There appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Yes, I'd like to take another look. Pardon me. Open the locker! Whee! What? The fuck? Yeah, that's the correct response. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Garnet Sapphire. It's Steven Universe reference. There it is. I'm not convinced Calyx is an Asahi shard. I mean, where's the toxic one-sided yaoi? Oh. What has been this entire patch? Open it. I was gonna close that. Nothing else in particular to look at? Alright. So on the immediate area, confirming with their comrades since they have more information. No, I don't want to confirm with them. Another missing shape all too well. That's the same thing there. Alexandrite! There it is! Alexandrite! There we go, it is the same shape. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, it's doing this. Hey. Those on display plate, you need like 100 of those for your Zodiac. Oh, a spicy pickle. Disgusting. Wrong buttons. Hey, girl. Understood, Shell, but first I may need to find a stool and make up a sturdy box. Hey. 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 Living Memory Fate is up now? Fantastic timing. Fantastic timing.
I don't see anything else to interact with. I'm a little confused. I just press this and that one. Hey, this isn't so hard. I don't see what else to interact with. Do I have to go to the locker again and brave the Yowie locker? Do I have to brave the Yowie locker again? I love the sound effect on it too. Tried on the sparkle within. I only see the 3 sparkles, and I've tried all of those. It doesn't let me do anything with the dual display plate. Maybe chat with the others. Isn't that spoilers? Isn't talking with the others like hints? I don't want hints. Log a password from the other room required chatting with them. But it told me to do that. But it said talk with the others for the password, like it highlighted it. It didn't do that for this one, so I figured talking to the others was still like hint dialogue for this. I keep searching the drawers with the books, found a cube puzzle made of electro. It's probably just a toy, but maybe solve the puzzle. You got it. Oh, I wanted... If I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. And I wanted to solve the puzzle. Huh? There was something inside. It's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandria. They say these gems are so treasured in the past, they named the kingdom after them. Yeah, you should hold on to this one, just in case. The kingdom was named after these. The kingdom was named after these. They actually brought back Alexandrite from the relic quests. They actually brought back Alexandrite from the relic quests in ARR. And be like, yes, it is part of Alexandra. Oh my god. Whoa! It's the map. The gemstone fits snugly into place almost immediately afterwards. The glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. A floor plan of this complex. As you continue to on the display, you realize that these shapes go in response to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. So maybe related to the passwords you were looking for. Yo, Sapphire! Here goes the Proto Lab. And Dawntrail Lab is a goner, and then Alexandria is for here. And also a scrolled phrase. Yes, I knew that you would come in handy. Let me see. Heat the stones? It's supposed to be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. But if you ask Fiend, she can tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. We're finally acknowledging it. We're finally acknowledging that her name is a gemstone. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Symbolism of Alexandria. Well, I also thought that Alexandria represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? They're all gemstones. That's weird. A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandria, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We try these words at the will see if they're all accepted. I certainly hope we're right. We're gonna attempt the passwords. We're all set to go. Here. Look at the Martin Crowler just waiting on their passwords. Let's start looking at in the Proto Lab. What word should she enter? Oh my god. Oh my god, so many words.
She should enter. Honesty. Yes. And then devotion. And then I'm going to input protection. We have all 3 passwords ready. I intend to enter the system at the same time. Yay! She got a step ladder! She got a step ladder! Yay! We did it! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That schoolroom is the only place to get the search. That I realize anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture as soon as we're going to crowd. Rejoin us. This is a cool bit of MSQ. People complained about this? People complained about this? People complained about this section? Why? Oh, well. Excellent clue finding manifest. Speaking of gems and symbology. For Alexandrians, Sphene holds the meaning of eternal light. When my parents say meals, they wish that I become an unwavering beacon of hope for our people. To think on it now, I've ever shared that destiny with my other self. Great work, Manifest. Leave it to your divine passwords from an ornamental display. To be fair, I just put a thing in it and then it told me them. Shut. We did it thanks to you. And a little bit thanks to me, I hope. You solved the Rubik's Cube, so yes. That's why I didn't get to solve that puzzle, because Gulusha had to help by solving that part. Alright, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is, but whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
How many fucking HDMI cables coming out of this laptop to power up all of these monitors after the fact? Jesus.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only 2 methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
In the cloud. In the cloud.
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data. They're in Kingdom Hearts Recoded.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Alexandria.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphene's body in stasis. Be that as it may, We face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso-Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
I mean, Kafkiwa turned off once the portal above the city turned
Except
off.
I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
She's participating in the wrestling matches?
What a waste of time it's been.
Why is she gathering so much? Does she really care about that Ronic man so much?
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
I doubt that. I highly doubt that.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso-Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a...
If you're so smart, why'd you fuck up, bitch?
As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching.
So when she was looking around at all of the other robots, curiosity? Is it possible that she knew that Calyx was watching and not Zerolja? Or both?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, Not one more future. Not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper.
No, that's totally fine.
But there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx.
Go off, girl. Go off,
Whatever
queen.
grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Hell yeah. He's wrong if he thinks he's taking our measure. Hell yeah with the smirk.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Gigantic baby deer. Well, I love Wilkemart as a character. This is very obvious. Wilkemart is like top characters in the game for me. And I've like said this before. I love what they've done with Sphene. I love what they've done with Sphene. Like having Sphene what she was in base Dawntrail and then bringing her here for the patches and exploring that. Oh, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Phew. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Cher was hoping for. But at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. Well, I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key. That's an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. It's time to put an end to this. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades so that we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. Sphene's doing a look to those who walked before, but the person who walked before is a version of herself that existed. I guess that's how we look to us who walked before, and we're looking to Azim, so I guess yeah, that also does exist. She has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. It's infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. See whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to the right confrontation, I mean to support you through this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Calyx is so fun as a villain, because even with the amount of villains that we've had in Final Fantasy XIV, with the amount of different plot lines and storylines and bad guys at the end of those, we've not had a villain where it's like they are raw pragmatist who is just completely divorced from like thinking like a fucking person.
We've not really had that. Even like the most pragmatic people that we've encountered in the story still have an element of this emotion or this drive that's pushing them. He's weirdly forward, honest, pragmatic. Like with the bot that killed Jade, it was like, yeah, this bot can't even pretend to fight you, so here you go. Because like even characters who put on an act of pragmatism and that's the way that they act. Like think about Elidibus, right? There's a lot of moments where Elidibus in Shadowbringers acts like that. Where like you go off at Elidibus for like using Ardbird's body and forgetting the people and he's like, what do you think I'm doing? I'm rallying up my forces and gaining strength the same way that you would. Elidibus has moments like that where he talks like that. But when Elidibus drops that and starts talking to you with emotions, they're intense and they're very strong in there and everything like that. We've not really had a character like Calyx, and it's really fun. It's really... Again, it's the same with Zorolja. We've not, like... We've had characters that have some similarities to Zorolja, but we've not really had any characters presented the way that Zorolja is, where Zorolja is just wrong about everything, and his thought process is just like... He's just wrong. He's all of his opinions and his takes of how, like, what things are and the way that things are working is just flat out wrong. He's just mistaken. It's characters pointing that out to him so constantly. Again, it's a thing with Dawntrail. Dawntrail is being the start of a new era for Final Fantasy XIV by, while still feeling like Final Fantasy XIV and still leaning into a lot of stuff that we love so much about its storytelling, we are trying a lot of new shit in Dawntrail's storytelling. We are trying a lot of new stuff, and it's really satisfying. It's really satisfying. This applies to base Dawntrail patches. So I don't even go as far as to say side content when it comes to the raid series for Arcadion. Real good shit. Real good shit. He didn't hesitate to admit to them up. Yeah, I fucked up. That was embarrassing. Oh well. Really, it's just what if Hermes had the same ideology but no empathy? Yeah. 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 I saw that as kind of like addressing a meta plot. You made a super smart villain planning. Why didn't you stop you from winning before he was introduced? Oh, he just fucked up. Which to be fair, that was also the introduction of Calyx, was him lightning bolting us and it not working. And he was just like, I wasn't expecting it to work, but it does suck that it doesn't. One of our own. Sphina's resolved to take part in this battle. Manifest. We brief Aaron and everything that's happened and send out word to the others. We're now about to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. I'm still upset at being deprived of my moments. I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Selenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It's always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. Not only is saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So Adam, Alice, and the others on this point that they already have left a living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep it on the streets for signs of trouble, especially if anyone ringing near regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I'm literally 8 years old. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Mindfist. I think we should talk to Kosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences. We need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become members. Exactly. We don't know if Kosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. I'll do whatever I can to help Shannon and everyone. Not much, but small things add up when you do enough of them. As I said, I'll be ready and waiting if you have need of me. Just make sure you come back in one piece. Even people from my village have taken to wearing neo-regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. Something that's also cool about Calyx as a villain, which we've not really done for patch villains, kind of Nidhogg, but it's not quite the same. It makes Calyx very much, oh, he's the main villain of the entirety of Dawntrail, even base Dawntrail. Oh, reference, like, it's a case of, oh, you don't even see Calyx until 7.2, but oh, he's actually the main villain of the entire expansion, even the base expansion. The end of the base expansion wasn't you stopping one villain and now another one has appeared. The base expansion was you stopping one of his plans and he's coming at you with another one. Because like in Stormblood, Thordon has his plans and he's a villain, and Nidhogg is another villain. In Stormblood, you have Xenos who's a villain, and Asahi is like a Xenos simp, but his plans are still very different and everything like that. And then in Shadowbringers, you have Emmett, and then Elidibus comes in with a new plan. Where in this, it's just like, no, it was Calyx the entire time. You stopped one of his plans, and he's back. I like the Yue Iwata theme playing here. We don't get a moment to chill in the entirety of Solution 9 here. It's just like, no, shit's creepy the entire time. I see Kosan's wearing a neo-regulator. You'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, though, won't you? You're as thick with a sense of unease. Well, at least you're in Kosan himself. Government officials must be fielding demands from the quarters. They're not only Kosan's position. Oh, these people in Dawntrail no adventure plate, not even a default one. Make an adventure plate. It looks cool. Music a tad loud. I gave it this loud for when there's voice acting, but...
I see.
Yeah.
A difficult situation.
I gotta remember,
In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option.
Here's the thing you don't understand, Gosan. The fact that becoming endless is an option is what's making it worse.
Committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will paradoxically make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
By facing them. Honestly and genuinely.
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Oh shit!
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss.
Yeah.
We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion.
Yay!
I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears.
I can appreciate
Convince them
this
to
is
make the
being
most of
led by
this
the
life
people of Alexandria.
and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
Like, our actions in Alexandria and talking with people and doing all the stuff that we do has helped the people of Alexandria themselves
by your
come
words,
down to
it will
this.
make things easier.
Game data machinations is Keikaku, well this song is Keikaku too. We got machinations too! Let's go!
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Yeah! Yeah!
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them.
Fuck, someone should tell our governments about that.
Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
See, this is how we know
Indeed
that
it
this
is.
patch series is the Endwalker for Dawntrail. Because of the heavy emphasis of, hey, random characters that you meet throughout the
No,
game.
That wasn't. What I meant to say was.
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
We could see it's you!
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sveen has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you
Fucking
are not
Shadowbringers, and we'll help the warrior of darkness
to live
on
in
their
secret,
journey.
Unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Yay! Yay, let's go!
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Let's go! They animated the hood? The regulator taking off, they couldn't do that, but the hood they can animate? Let's go! Again, it's a very... Some of this are there. It's a very Endwalker moment of, hey, you know those characters that you've been running into? Like, the people who aren't part of the primary cast in any capacity, just the ordinary townspeople that you've been running into as you go through this. Here's a big moment to focus on them. Here's a moment where it's the people themselves who are coming together for this. Here's a moment where they're the ones who are, like, taking up the charge of, like, you know, having to grapple with what this is. We had a massive moment like that in Favnen. Marzia was actually, like, one of the, like, when Marzia's there with all the other people and they're reciting the words and the teachings to help them not give in to despair and stuff like that. It's a very Endwalker moment to, like, give them a big focus of just, like, them taking charge of, like, the how to grapple with it. And it's through our interactions that we've had with them that help them do that and stuff like that. Really nice. I really like that. Again, so much of the base expansion, like, you know, the first half of the base expansion is ARR, the next little bit is Stormblood, like, Heavenswood and Stormblood, and then Living Memory is very explicitly Shadowbringers. It's, like, the most, it's honestly more explicit than how much the first half of Dawntrail is meant to be ARR. That makes the patch series Endwalker. That makes the patch series Endwalker. And I can see things that are happening here that are meant to be, yes, this is meant to be Endwalker. I mean, even to the point where Wuklamar is teaming up with her Emmet. Like, this patch series is Endwalker so much that Wuklamar is teaming up with her Emmet Silk that she had in Shadowbringers. Sveen must feel overjoyed to be so welcomed by our country. For their sakes, they can come back safely. It is a relief to be freed from my decision. Until I remove my regulator, I realize quite how heavy and weighty. Volume loud kind of. Oh, sorry. I have the volume at a level where you get most of the voice acting comes through, and then I keep forgetting to turn it down after cutscenes. I'm glad we're able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. Also, my headphones did die, so we'll have to change those over. My microphone a little bit. No, it's in the right spot. What's the volume settings on my microphone? Let me check that while we're here. In case they somehow accidentally went down again. I don't think they did. Ah! No, to the right volume. I think I'm just quieter lately than usual. Voice issues after my massive, like, episodes of being sick and going all day. My voice is just naturally quieter. Headphones. How are you still? Oh, for fuck's sakes! I heard it burn. Fucking dying on a whole stupid fucking cunts. I hate these fucking headphones. I hate this. I hate every wireless bud phones because they just do not consistently fucking charge. Ugh. I hate how you can just put them in the box and you have no idea whether they're fucking charging or not. Design a thing for your stupid fucking box of bullshit so that when people put their headphones into the stupid box of bullshit, it like lights up or makes a sound to confirm that it's charging. Have something on it that is an indicator that yes, it is charging the devices inside. Is that so fucking hard to ask? Apparently so. Apparently fucking so. Even worse than randomly connects from inside the box. It's just, it's so, as a technology, I fucking hate wireless earbuds so much. Again, it's why the big wired one like this, the one I still use, like they're wireless, but like this whole system keeps it connected properly. It tells me when it's charging and confirms that it's actually fucking charging. It's one of those things of technology where it's like, why is it that across the board, every single one of these just doesn't fucking function properly? It's so annoying. It's like printers. Why is it across the board, printers just don't fucking work properly? Same with wireless earbuds. They're almost so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gassan. That decision must have been difficult to make. But only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that near regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to my most recent surveys, the number of near-regular circulations exceed the stated 5,000. I assume my surplus units to account for those like myself who had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. Oh, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point delaying the inevitable. On to living memory! Capitalism, yo. Again, I'd love to get a different pair that might work a bit better, or have a bit better fucking battery life. But I have tried looking up. I cannot find other pairs that function the way that this pair does, which is no input latency because it doesn't rely on Bluetooth.
Things seem much the same.
See, you're talking about pears and some of that things. Like, I fucking hate the taste of pears. Pears is one of those fruits where it's like, it's not a texture thing, it's a taste thing. I just do not like pears. But maybe I've only had bad pears.
You have nothing more to fear than any other normal
Fuck
day.
it, you use general music. I can't hear it now because I can't have my fucking headphones. I don't have headphones, so I can't fucking hear the music now. Oh, it's a remix of the Dawntrail.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
It's another remix of the Dawntrail theme. Now I can hear it a little bit. Aww. Aww. Little baby cuffed you up. Oh, it continues here as well. Striker! Hello, remember me? Thunder from the Thunder Yards. It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. We've been talking with Lythander and the others, thanks to some very convincing arguments. We've come around to the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulators for their work, and others who aren't quite ready to give up what they have. But we all share a desire to make things better. Don't worry. Soul cells and regulators will still be used. Don't you fear.
We're not giving up the soul cells. We're not giving up the regulators. We're just gonna try and help the country deal with the concept of death. I want to go around and see if any of the other characters are actually here, of like the citizens. But they were hanging out here. So I presume not. How you going, Philemon? You know, then drink. Oh, the beaver, like there, the beaver. Arcadian fighter used to be able to have the soul of a beaver, yeah. Yeah, they're not here. It's just Striker. It just Striker. Alright, it's gonna be here. Right, it's technically another shard since it's in the other menu. No, I will not organize by expansion. Immersion. I must emerge. I must emerge. I will not sort by expansion. I must emerge. You didn't leave space for me in the circle. Am I meant to be here? I'm too big for this. Thunderwing, you're also too big for this. Sorry. Seems Alphino and Alice are the ones who explained to Konna I need to enter the cenote. You have to be extremely careful, of course. Coming here reminds me of my parents. The courage they gave me. Corn 7 in the center. Hell yeah. It is good to rejoin you all. I need to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. We've all been so busy, it seemed an age since we last gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Then I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place. It brings tears to my eyes. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing stopped me from joining this fight. Ah, it is good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from the with the meso terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the meso terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we last were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrode. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept, for the sake of all who love Alexandria. I will not yield nor leave them to despair. A terminal invitation. Yashola would proceed to the meso terminal. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Jesus, this place. Might I have the maiming top if it drops? God, this place. This Reddit might be fully absent. No! I want the maiming top if it drops. I'm not sure. Because there's a lot of dungeon gear. There's a lot of dungeon gear that is like really good that I recognize as dungeon gear because I've like gotten it before and seen it, and it's like, oh, it's green. It's gonna be from a dungeon. I presume this isn't Mistwake gear. Are you just chilling? We just got someone chilling here. One hell of a spot to fight. Oh, that's you. What's up? What's up? Don't recognize the name. Oh, hey, what's up? Don't recognize the name from when you were in a cult crescent, sorry. So this is where the former queen's memories were stored. And she herself tried to the door. And she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Walk in the door. Living memory is steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. Well, to be fair, it ain't that bad now. I'll be honest, it seems like the storm surge has passed. I think it's fine now. Bending top, maiming legs, aiming arms, and a bunch of healing stuff. 8 last items from here. Oh, you're just trying to fill out the armor. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance stage to deceive us. As for the meso terminal, however, it had already grown dark by the time we'd returned from the virtual domain. I am loath to admit it. It's possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence. Which is why I must bring this tale to his denouement by our own hand. Denouement. Doesn't it all look like that? Hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal. Though I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so, with such ruthlessness. Again, it's the fact that, like, Calyx is so focused on this, but also seems to not really give a shit about people as a concept. That's fucking wild. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. Hey, it's this music. Oh, this music. A French language Guardian can even exist. I don't think knows what denouement is. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zlenya and their royal knights, who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Contrast that to our Sphene, where it's because of those things that she can protect Alexandria. We rise to the challenge that the endless Sphene demands. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Minifest for good reason. And besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption.
Minifist, you should really go back to your Gunbreaker fit for this. He ain't seen you fight as a fucking Gunbreaker. I wholeheartedly concur. Yet would still counsel caution that he'd be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Alexandria only doing the Alpha point. You did punch him in the face, but good. Also, hey! Alexandria theme. The music from the Alexandria dungeon continuing into the boss fight and how it sounds different is so fucking strong. A trail and ending going into Paved in Solitude is such a good... Oh, man. Like, they made a final boss theme that's just like a remix of the dungeon theme right before it, but because of the story and everything about it and the way that it's changed, it works so fucking well. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of the dreaming endless. The Meso Terminal, now accessible. Choice paralysis! Choice paralysis! Ah! Choice paralysis. Choice paralysis. 40 billion people in front of me. I don't have a million NPCs, but still. But still. I think this dungeon will fit 16 people. Corn Servant's gonna be our main tank. Corn Servant's main tanking this. I'm desperately hoping that these headphones will last long enough to get through everything it needs to. Desperately. Desperately hoping for it. There we go. There we go. I really do think you take on too much from too many people. And yet, it's never the wrong choice. The Queen gave you the key for a reason, so I'll be damned if I let Calyx steal it. Calyx's scheme to forfeit flesh and gain immortality calls to mind the Aya. Not that informing him of their fates would do much to dissuade him. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. But no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire. Such was my reply to the Aya's warnings. So I know a little something of refusing to listen to save when confronted with incontrovertible proof of my error. So Alexandria, I missed 7.1 and 7.2 dungeons. I don't remember, unfortunately. The Alexandria of today has seen countless lives come and go. Mother Self took their grief and fear and rage upon herself in service to our kingdom. Around me I gathered those willing to give their all to fulfill the promise they made to her. How can I do any less? Alexandrians must be free to believe that more than sadness awaits them. That tomorrow can be better than today. I remember pointedly waiting by the door. I also was out of undergames, so I didn't do anything. As devoured of his soul, not even just as a comrade, I see myself making a lot of promises. I mean to honor every last one of them. Starting with the oath I swore to the endless fiend. Even if it's just a memory, I wonder to think of us smiling at that promise kept. It is beyond knowing how Calyx has advanced his plans for endless conversion for the past 400 years. I do know, however, that pursuing an objective for lengthy spans requires an unyielding will. Search for that objective entails changing the world as we know it. Calyx is a foe of both considerable focus and resolve. We would do well to recognize him as such. Jesus Christ, that shit. Wow. Currently eating dinner in a day that has lasted way longer than expected. Enjoy the grass touching. Enjoy the grass touching. It's okay. My parents are indeed executed by preservation. For me, it's not only be a fight for the greater good, this will be justice. If I'm to add an addendum to Grandfather's account of the Golden City, then let it be a rousing good one, eh? I took shit and then ate shit immediately. To be fair, only 3 people have rolled, so you're still in the top 3. It's part of the 28th hour of the day. No idea what Calyx may have planned for us. Alistair and I have prepared for every eventuality. Yeah, but still. Now you must be free to lead our charge unhindered by doubt. As you press onwards, I shall guard the flanks. So who have we got? Artesia, Avril, and Varimbe have rolled the highest ones. I'm trying to 69, but it's a really big bed. I think Pirate is off. Oh yeah, have you rolled? Sorry, did you roll? Or are you just enjoying the scenery? Or are you just here to enjoy the scenery? Seems like you want the loot, I'll sit out, okay. We have people who want to do a run for the dungeon because they want the loot from the dungeon. Well, Vermeer's got fireworks, so we have that. Holy shit! You're here with the new range chopper ever called Early. Rolling up in a fucking tank. When's that's gonna be the next range job? It's gonna be just actually being in a fucking tank. I was on the run because I like this dungeon, so I guess needs the loot probably trumps that. I feel bad. I feel bad now. Surprised there's only one new job. Fizz range in a tank. Yeah. They said there was a Fizz ranged and a tank. No, wrong thing. Yeah, they said there was a Fizz ranged and a tank. They're just both the same thing. The Meso Terminal. The lights of living memory no longer shine. On the Meso Terminal at its center stands silent amidst the wistful echoes of lives once lived. A monument to the existence of the Alexandria people, as well as a resting place for their memories. It is within this soaring spire that Calyx maintains his stronghold. The self-proclaimed architect of mankind's evolution has invited you to confront him in the upper reaches of the terminal. An invitation you must accept lest his atrocities continue to escalate. Step into the structure's glowing interior and begin your weary ascent through the midst of the dreaming endless. Now that we're at point 3, are you changing jobs or doing a different thing, or? What the fuck up? Was it the pre-order mount? This? Was this the pre-order mount? Is this an FF9 reference? Is this an FF9 reference? Big ass summon from FF9. There we go. Yeah, it's an FF9 reference. There we go. We solved it! Cruise Chaser Blasty. Are you telling me that the stuff from Alexander and Alexandria is also referenced in the game that has Alexandria in it? Oh my god. Here we go. Here we go! New dungeon time! Very much still seems armed and operational inside. Crusade Blast's first video game worked on by composer Nobuo Uematsu. Ah! That's a reference to an old game as well. Dramatic music for this, damn. Cruise Chase used to be called Blasty, but it got changed at some point. Ah. Oh. Synced. I don't have to change. Do that.
Ah,
Yo.
you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
I'll begin by wearing you down. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. I'm Gunbreaker now. I'm so much stronger. You'll never make me come. I have 9 old summon much like Alexander Raid Cruise Chaser. Ah. Intro is detected. Intro is detected.
Oh shit, we have things to read as well. Another advantage of being a streamer. We get to actually read this shit. Oh my god, shit here is hurting. Oh, it never popped my first fucking mitt. Okay, no wonder. I thought I popped my 30% mitt, I thought I popped my nebula. And it never actually went. God damn it. Keeps happening. Keeps happening. You keep trying to weave shit, it just doesn't actually weave. I press it too early, and it doesn't actually end up weaving. I do that a lot. I do that a lot. Starter station. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the 11 sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face. Fuck, it's propaganda! Spamming you and so many people want to read but can't. I just returned at the end. Something I love about high level content is often weaving actions goes in time with the music.
I've created new endless for you. Not all the warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Oh! Oh! Oh, okay! Here's some endless. Who are they? I don't fucking know, but they're gonna fight you. I can barely feel my legs. My chest hurts. Are we having like... Are we having like the reverse gotcha of like... Boss takes you through a dungeon that's of memories of the past to show you about their sad story? But in Calyx's case, it's just like, these memories will help fight you. I don't really give a shit about them. You want that tragic backstory? The tragic backstory is I told them to kill you. Like, a perfect way of just being like, hey, Calyx is doing the thing, you know, that like Svein did, that Armorot did, and stuff like that. It's doing all of that. But because Calyx is such a pragmatic, cold-hearted bastard, he doesn't give a shit what's here. Their faces aren't even memorized, like their names aren't there. They're just here to kill you because it's convenient. My dick hurts. Oh man. Right, the hell losing to the song or how you spell that word?
One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
What a... This is such a fucked up and awesome way of doing a twist on this type of dungeon. People complain that Alexandria dungeon is just like, oh my god, it's just Amara again. And now we get this where it's just like, it's Amara again, but the villain doesn't give a shit that it's Amara. It's just like, it should be good at killing you, so I'm going to use it. So. Let's man employ medicine to the application of harm. I will protect my patients. Medicine field. Disgusting. Activate dispensers. Look at the chemicals were into action. A knockback from there to over there. Oh, Jesus. That still nearly got me. That still nearly got me. I was expecting more go off at the same time. Biochemical front. Very telegraphed. A potent concoction, this one. I'm sorry, but you must be stopped. Sensors are dulled, preventing you from predicting attacks. They'll go off at some point.
It'll go off at some point. Oh, you can't even see the AoEs. Oh, the others were going off first. The others were going off first. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, Jesus. That knockback goes so fucking far. We're gonna hurt. No, not that bad, actually. Not as bad as I thought it would. The autos afterwards are worse. Alright, one of them will go off first. Okay. The knockback's first this time, goddammit. And it was somewhere around here. The fact that it's just like, remember where the AoE was is fun. That's fun. That's all. I like that. I'm quite the fan of that. Wait, medicine fields. Turn your brain on, dipshit. Okay, so yeah, so those go off first. Can those arms like this? Yes, I can. I'm shocked the biochemical front doesn't have like a punish to it in terms of like, oh, we're gonna twist it up and do something different with that.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
Oh, you killed the memory of that person? Okay, well, did its job. Stream Open was actively murdering me. Mystic! This is the Mystic, yes it is. I already have the piece of Mystic gear that I wanted. There's a piece of Mystic gear that I'm planning on using for Beastmaster. I got it from my retainer, so it's fine. You bring Sphene here for duty for her job is Zoemancer, Zoe meaning life, essentially the opposite of a necromancer. That's fun. Zoe is a skill that Sage has, and now I understand what that skill means. According to Master Calyx, it's not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electric technology. As souls are comprised entirely of aether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have in fact already proven successful in capturing the aether released at the moments of their death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. Hey, there it is! There it is! With the experiments on criminals for our fucked up science shit, we worked out how cool science is. We're making a joke about increasing healing potency by 50%. Yeah, the criminals and Hildebrands, yeah. She's a DPS. See, Crafts can't hear this. The reason that a Zoemancer is a DPS is because everyone we're dealing with here is dead. And in the Final Fantasy universe, if you cast Cure on something that's dead, it damages it. So she is a healer with a Zoemancer. She's just casting Cure on a bunch of, like, souls of the dead. So therefore, they're taking a lot of damage. It all works out. It all makes sense. Well, I hope you're all after rings and jewelry, because it's all we're getting. Did my big one pop? Yeah, it did.
Is Nebula about to run out? Nebula's about to run out. On to the next one. No, I forgot to wave the fucking faded braid. That's the one.
Let's revisit the prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
They'll just do it for me. The changing of the dungeon mid like pull. Oh, this is so fucking cool. This is so fucking cool. And again, it's like here's the memories of everything from before. But like he doesn't care. And also material. And also material. We got another choker. You'll make a fine example. Get him! Boom, everyone does. Get it? Because they're already dead! Whee. These pulls feel easy, but they're dying really quickly, it feels. We definitely did minimum eye level, but it feels like these pulls are dying much faster than like some of the pulls in the like the last dungeons that we've done. What'd you get done for then? What are you buying? What are you selling? Bam. Another choker. Sure you did mine? Pretty confident. Yeah. Mid eye level silence echo. Yeah. The pulse just seem tuned down a little bit compared to some others. Or we're just on the fucking ball today.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Ravenous headsman, bloody headsman, pale headsman, pestilent headsman. We've got the 4 headsmen of the apocalypse. Yo! Adpool boss fight. Adpools have been easy so far, though.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Huh? The Alliance raid shit!
But they cannot escape.
Alliance raid? What the fuck? Y'all just find your own bossos over there. What the fuck? We can do this? Oh, very big on that one. Very big on that one. Y'all are doing different things. I'm getting tank busters. I'm getting interrupts. You've got like giant electric. What is going on? What is going on? Interrupts as soon as DPS checks? Are we all having different fights? Based on our fucking roles? The DPS get a mini ad? Healer gets a doom to Essener? What the fuck? We can do this? We have the technology? Also, to shout out to like the incredibly tight space that we actually have to work with here. Oh, another interrupt.
Oh, that's a really painful tank buster, actually. That is a tank buster where it's like, you don't have the healer to just rely on you, so like fucking... Oh my god. And then we can help... Oh, that is... Oh, that is so fucking sick. And when others come to help you, they're not locked to like... Oh my god. If you walk out, you get pulled back in and get a vuln. I kind of just half expected to stop you entirely. Like be a physical wall.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
Fucking wow! Wow! Always fun to race the other places you get this dungeon. That is... Holy shit, okay. Okay. I don't know how to react to that. That's fucking... Congrats for no one dying. That usually happens. You do have a very small space to dodge shit there, so you gotta be pretty careful. Like, I got 2 vulns there pretty easily because, like, you have so little room to operate in. If you die, I think your boss rushes another player. Oh! So if someone dies, it escalates badly really quickly. Doing that on Black Mage is always fun. DPS will very often screw up some of the mechs. That... He just stands there and sharpens his axe. Oh. That's like one of the most creative things we've seen in like a dungeon in this game in how long? How long has it been since we've seen something that creative in this game? In a dungeon? Like, holy shit. Oh my god. High level rulers, black mages, is bossed by nemesis. There's an open accident, he will take yours, take you if you kill yours. Ah. I'm blown away. That was amazing. Yo, welcome back, Bosio. Welcome back, Bosio. Yo, an eye patch! I saw that said striking. I can't remember if that was the bit of striking gear that people wanted. Oh. Oh, we're doing LB3s. I was wanting to like hold burst, and I'm just like, are you typing? Did I run ahead too early? I'm not used to DPSs actually doing limit breaks on mob pools. That shit doesn't happen. There are times when one player solos most of the bosses. They're very polite. Did someone want this? I saw people wanted striking stuff. Was this one of them? Nah. Bye. We. Nah? Alright, I'll screw them. Hey! Main top, those. I thought it was striking, but it was main when people said. We've succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Calyx remains unsatisfied. He divorced memory from soul, siphoning the soul's aether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. Hey, Crafts, do you like your references to Soma? But you can't go back on them. Alright, Patch is scouting. That is really big, Jesus Christ. Was this gonna be avoided with John Calyx by the ear in front of Omega?
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well.
Oh, shit.
The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom.
He can barely sound like he can muster up the idea to tell them. There's like the slightest hint in his voice of, go and do it for your kingdom. Again, like, Calyx is like twisting the idea of what a normal villain in this game is by just being like, hey, you know how we, like, again, the whole dungeon just being like, oh yeah, he's pulling from all of his memories of his tragic past. No, it's just pragmatic because they'll be inspired to kill you. I don't really give a shit about them. Part of my guy's feeling like he deserved more when he was sentenced to die at such a young age. So you can certainly blame him for literally everything else. Surprised, you know, I usually mute voice volume when I load in here. Keep going. If we can just make it, we can keep those Lindblom bastards. They'll not die here. Oh, is this off right after the massive attack from Lindblom? Oh shit. Oh shit. Invaders! Oh no, we're at a bar! To the bar. Final step out of the AoE. Been playing so much Occult Crescent lately where I've been playing as a Phantom job that actively wants to stand in AoEs. And I'm just like, nah, I just want to get out of it. But here it's like, I probably should. Imagine if Calyx narrated the others, just not giving a flying fuck about any of it. Oh, they're wearing Historia gear. Nice. Oh, that's fucking... Wait. One of those attacks, that was straight up like the Paladin fucking thing. No, not the FF9 reference. Ah, this is like a bar. Oh my god, the chalices of spilled blood. You're just sitting at the bar. Most of those are interruptible. I only noticed at the end. Whoopsies, my bad. FF9 reference of a bar in FF9. The spilled blood chalices. Trauma for the Warrior of Light from the end of A Realm Reborn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Whoa. No memory alterations on this one.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation.
He's so uninspiring.
And your loved ones.
He's so uninspiring. Whoa! Memory melds the immortal. Whoa!
Rise and meet the foe before you.
Whoa! What a fucking design! Jesus Christ! Go hard as fucking a Souls game. Holy shit. Oh, the memories of like shards coming through of like the horrible shit happening. Oh my god. Golden Pepsi, man. Like the fractured hail. Oh, wow. Fucking cool as shit design. What a fucking dungeon. It ain't hard in terms of its pulls. And the first boss was not hard. Second boss can definitely be hard depending on what happens.
Second boss from that one Stormblood dungeon, that would be Swallow's Compass, yes. There. Also shows up during Seryu's boss fight. Also shows up in the right before the end of Mount Gulg. Probably other places I'm also forgetting. Is there a chance that this is also the model they use for Bardom in Bardom's Medal? I am righteousness, and righteousness will prevail! The big thing that stands above you for Bardom's Medal that like does just like the mechanic boss fight where you don't actually fight anything. That might also use this ring. That probably uses this ring too. Might actually be from there because that's in the base game as well as Compass is a DLC, but I don't remember this from Heavens. Unless.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
Oh, Skydive's an boss? Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on how much they can change, like, a thing between rigs.
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Memento! Oh, this is so fucking sick. Okay. Oh, they're targeting individual memories and
countless
killing the shit out.
Lost in the senseless conflict.
Oh, I learned a thing about these markers. The person at the front takes the most damage.
War swells in scope and intensity.
That's the point of line markers for a stack marker. If you have a stack marker that's a line, the reason it's functionally different to a normal stack marker is the person closest to the boss takes the most damage. So you want tanks up front. You want a little more positioning. I learned this recently. Just don't stand near the people because they get killed. Hey, you've got that attack too! Yeah, we can't have this rig without this attack. This rig has to have this attack. Legally required. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, not that. Oh, not too bad of a knockback. Oh god. Did I notice because I don't think it matters in normal content at all? It's because of Zeroma's Extreme. It's because of Zeroma's Extreme.
Life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
Even unsynced, it does matter because, you know, it's, you know, the final patch of Endwalker, so it's not that far in the past. Members of War casualties are made manifest. I have to get away from here. Ah, they're running. Oh god, the lasers. Like, this guy's using the horrors of war. Oh, this is so fucked. Oh, Calyx is so fucked. Literally attacking with you with those you cannot save. Oh, it's so fucked up. Jesus Christ, Calyx. I haven't been evil enough this patch yet. Okay, they're running that way. Oh, God. Fucking Christ. Such a good twist on this concept. It's so fucking horrifying. I will take the loss to my DPS. Because I can't work out where to stand safe. The targeting of people running really got me. It's one of the best storytelling mechanics they've done. It's so... Oh, man. Oh, this is so fucked up. Jesus Christ, Calyx. Like, he cares so much about saving people, and he's doing all of this to preserve, like, a couple of lives to evolve them. And is, like, using the fact that people died in such tragic ways as just cannon fodder to throw at you. A man who says he's doing everything he can to, like, help life and the people survive, but gives, like, no fucks about any of them actually getting to live. What the fuck, Calyx? Oh my god. So fucked up. It's so fucked up! I can't fucking... Yeah, if I stand at the front. Bam. It doesn't help. Memory of the Pyre. The horrors of war made manifest. What a fucking dungeon. Well, I've done this guy several times to the, not back in the tank or the healer. You need to go diagonal, because if you just go, if you go perpendicular, like if you go in cardinals, it probably is too far. You need to go into cardinals. Not the hardest dungeon in terms of like mechanics or anything like that. Not the most complicated for one of those. Horrors, the horrors of war. But in terms of like storytelling, in terms of like it being a twist on what it normally is, and the uniqueness of it, the uniqueness of all the mechanics in all of them. Delicious. Healing fish drops, it's not the one I need. What a fucking dungeon. Holy shit. Holy shit. These diagonal lines are very hard to pass if you don't know what you're doing. Oh. Again, the fact that like Calyx is so unlike a normal villain in this game. That it's like, here's the dungeon that like a lot of our recent villains have done of like, look at their tragic backstory and stuff like that, which I do really like. But the fact that he's like deliberately twisting it into, I don't give a fuck. They're just useful pawns for me to kill you with, is so good. It's so good. There's a little safe spot right where they intersect so you can greet up front. Oh, that's scary. That's terrifying. Top of aiming. Ooh! I wish it was symmetrical. I wish the shoulder pad was on both sides personally, but very pretty. But very pretty. Ooh. It's your paladin top. Hey! There we go. Yeah, I believe the scouting top from here. I believe the scouting top is the one that I'm using for Beastmaster later. Maybe have a goal let you take off the shoulder pad. He's using endless like pawns! A countryman. My memories. Give me that again. No memories carry me onward. Silas, this is the most push on. Damn you, Calyx! They're pissed. They're pissed. Wish it was diable. Yeah, none of this gear's diable, which is annoying. Memories of fear and terror. Controlite. We see this to the end. Scanned up. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. This is my plan for Beastmaster. Which also, just look at it. This is one of those tops where I look at it and I'm just like, oh, this is designed for Minifist. This is a top where it's just like, how could I not find a glam to put this onto? Look at how perfect it is for her. Works so fucking well. It works so well. Yeah, it's a plan for my Beastmaster. My Beastmaster glam is gonna pop right off. I've got all the pieces for it. Again, I got that from a fucking retainer. So it's just, you have to wait for it to come out. Like I said, it's got a very good angrily declare his name, villain name. Calyx! Calyx! He's such a piece of shit. He's such a piece of shit. Like, I imagine she's furious, like watching her people die.
The endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calyx's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
And again, like the way that like the Endless feel and experience things. So like as they're coming back, they're just feeling that terror and dying again.
How long have you pursued this madness?
Like he's subjecting
We
those
seem to have
Endless that is
exhausted his
repeatedly
defenses for the
dying.
moment.
Just
I
to
say we
attack
take
us.
advantage of this lull to press on.
Fucked up, horrible man. Fucked up, horrible, like holy shit.
Calyx!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted.
Okay, so you think that part, but all the other stuff in a person doesn't matter.
You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Fuck the talking, fuck the dialogue, we're here to fight.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope
Trial,
to
a
achieve
little
with this
bit.
eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require?
So divorced from normal person thinking that it's just like, why are you doing this? It's like, I literally don't even get your question.
Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order.
That doesn't even make sense! What are you talking about?
This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
There it is.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulfs the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying.
Hey, you know that thing that you wanted to get rid of?
That terror will carry you across the threshold, make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
What's going on?
This is one of the most fucked primal situations we've ever had. Like, we thought we were done with primals, and when they finally bring the concept back, it's like the worst it's ever been.
The requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty.
And because you're teaming up with an ASEAN.
I set strict parameters for a concept.
He's very much working with an ASEAN.
It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had. But I managed it in the end.
Making straight up a fucking concept for the primal.
Everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Fucking hell! Whoa. Oh.
What is that?
A primal made manifest by the fear of dying.
A primal summoning. and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
So how are the others gonna be okay here?
Close.
Oh, we brought them along, thank God!
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talisman.
Okay, the fact that it is confirmed we just carry these permanently now, just in case. Good, good, good. We do just always have them on us now, just in case. Just in case we ever need it. Good.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
You have much to answer for.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
Fucking hell. The Ageless Necropolis. The Ageless fucking... What? 4.3? Yo. Yo, budget increasing. 4.3, let's go. Also, that doesn't go hard in a Souls game. Oh, shit. Defeat Necron. Necron. Fuck me. This is Wicklamart's Endsinger. It's still very different. Instead of we will deliver you to you death because life is meaningless, it's here's the fear of death made manifest. But it's very much, this is Wicklamart's Endsinger. What would you all personally vote for? Joining in on the trial or seeing the NPCs do this? Again, my thing is more so, let's discuss it and which one, because like for Zeralja, it's like I have to bring Wiclamart. It's Wiclamart against Zeralja, it has to happen. Like, the others fighting alongside here is, like, nice, but, like, Wicklamart's already had a big moment of silencer there. It's more so about Sphene. Sphene hasn't had the chance to fight yet. It's more so for her. With exactly the same people waiting so we can totally min eye level with PF. But, NPC trials also rule literally every time. When you're saying everything within me, not boldly laugh in the face. A Primal! He is so unbelievably run-of-the-mill. This is your big reveal. A Primal. I have something that will absolutely guarantee kill you. A Primal. I literally started my career as a Primal Slayer. What are you talking about? An abundance of lightning would indeed obviate the need for crystals. Which has to know where Calyx came by this summoning knowledge. Because, like, Primal seemingly were never used on the 9th of the Storm Surge. It was just weaponry. I don't care if that thing's a waking nightmare. Let's send it back to the darkness, Manifest. He's open all the way to squish like a little bug. So I feared I was right to bring spare warding scales. It's a threat to the Primal. Must take every advantage of every warrior we could field. But you never feel a Primal before or an aspect of death, bro. Summoning ritual alone made my blood run cold. Like I was halfway to becoming a corpse. So, 'tis a Primal which embodies the concept of death and all its terror. He has made manifest most troublesome foe. What is he saying? That the fears of everyone in Alexandria gave birth to this horror? It finally makes sense. Those mechanical rampages are not orchestrated solely for the purpose of harvesting aether. They intend to heighten the collective fear of death. But the primal manifested by the people's terror would be that much more powerful. Why is his plan so confusing? It reminds me of when we were fighting Elidibus and his plan was so confusing.
It's because his plan is Elidibus, get the population itself to summon a primal. To be fair, I think Zodiac's only primal we've met so far that had 5,000 plus devotees. So I guess a couple hundred at most for any of the AR Society primals. I would say, like, the exception would be the Telophoroi primals. Bahamut, like, the sisters. Just because of how many of them are trapped inside the Telophoroi towers. Oh, Anima! No, Anima. No, Anima wins. Anima. Surely, right? Surely Anima with most of Garlemald wins. Especially because Anima was also, like, yeah. You think on Scratch's Shingle Vault, some of the highest terrible, let's be real. Maybe Shinryu, depending on the dog's eyes. Ultimate use this thing like a moth. We don't get many opportunities for NPCs. We'll go for NPCs. We don't get many opportunities for NPC parties, so NPC party. Zoe Mancer! Who's the other tank? Oh, Graha. I was about to say, who's the other tank if you're not a tank? Graha. Graha's a switch. Right, I forgot. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Graha, obviously. Graha just takes whatever, like, takes a role that you want. Bishop goes to worship long before the primals. I think it would be more than a few hundred. Well, it depends on how much faith goes towards him. Is it faith over a long period? I mean, to be fair, Thordan does explicitly state 1,000 years of prayer for Thordan. Yeah. Yeah, Thordan claims 1,000 years of prayer wasn't enough. But how much of that counts is the difference. Grass is what can be said about party stats or everyday life. Alright, here we fucking go. Wait, question. Thoran was also a fucker. That is true. That is true. We kicked his ass. There's no level sync or anything for this, isn't there? There's no, like, do min eye level with the group, right? I don't think that exists. I don't think that particularly exists here. Here we fucking go. Embodiment of death itself as a primal. Will sing to average item level, but doesn't affect you. Okay. Yeah, Zoe Mancer means a life Mancer. Again, she's casting Cure at dead things. Grasping Eternity. Necron.
Those who obstruct evolution,
I'm excited to play FF9 and see what reference this is.
Shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
The fact that the entire battlefield is a monument to death as well is so badass. The entire field, like the entire place we're in is a monument to death. Like this is like their belief of like what the afterlife and hell is like. And it's been summoned here as well. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Alrighty. Here we fucking go. Huh. Arena's a bit smaller than I expected it to be, based on the cutscenes. It was very Zeromacy. It does, yeah. Here we go!
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Shut up! Limited though we may be, we'll defy you nonetheless. Your plans end here with you. Fear of death. That's just straight up your first attack. Fear of death.
Drag them to their graves.
Oh, I stood on where it was. Oh. I was not on. I was not on. I was not standing on that. Hot wing, hot tail, let's go. Oh, a very fast rapid transition. Okay, I was about to say, I thought we were a bit past that.
Oh, the glowing arm extends. Memento Mori. Go back in. Oh. No? Okay, line AoE's out. Okay. Okay.
Do you not see? Death is upon you.
Oh, that's a tank buster! Oh, that's a tank buster! What the fuck?
Perhaps this.
The biggest tank buster in the world! What the hell? What the fuck?
Kill them.
Necron draws an Aether. Kill them. Aether Blights. Oh! Circle AoE. Okay. Ow. Ow. Okay, I'm just gonna go out this far.
Bothersome.
Okay. Are you charging that for later? I feel like you're just charging that for later.
Kill them.
Aether Blight. So now we go out this far? Oh, okay. Okay. No idea because I was thinking.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Sorry, I'm only at 4 Vuln stacks. It's fine. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, thank God I've just recently been doing a lot of Occult Present. I've seen this mechanic before! I've seen this mechanic recently in Occult Crescent! Ha! I know how to deal with that!
I will reduce you to ether.
Neutron ring. Phase transition back? Yep, okay.
You will die for me now.
I'm gonna kill you so fucking hard. Alright, so they're spawning there, being worse things. Oh, Jesus! There's a lot of them! There's a lot of them! What gave me a vulner? None of them were even attacking.
Death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Alright. What?
The endless darkness.
Oh, we can target. We can target a player. What is going on? Whoa! What? Whoa! Hey, so now we had the dungeon do like individual fights. Oh Jesus! Go 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 go! Ascend! Ascend! Go 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 go! Run! Run! That's so fun! Actually run out of the abyss itself.
But there are ways to change.
Okay, up forward, up forward. They look like Zaruma's line AoEs. Giant hands everywhere.
There.
I was correct. Cold grip, that side's glowing. Boom! And then we go. Blah.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Calyx, you are so fucked in the head. Storing Aether again. Oh, okay, okay. So in, then out. I didn't say what the last one was. Crop rotation.
Kill them.
Oh, that was in. I'm gonna get. I didn't see what the 4 was, so I don't actually know. I assume it was an in though. I assume 3 and 4 were both ins, and now it's an out, and now it's okay, no, I just can't. Okay, I didn't see what the pattern was when it was starting. Shit.
Right, if you must.
Mass macabre. Oh shit! Oh fuck! So I meant to be on this side, I guess? Sorry, my bad. Hands fucking everywhere, they're gross, disgusting, and oh dear god. I feel like you don't have a lot of time to work out where to go for that mechanic. I feel like the hands mechanic where they land everywhere, you don't have a lot of time to like work out what it is. Like, the arrows go everywhere, and, like, if you're in the arrows, it's too late. And it's like, you're fucked, actually. Okay. That is an in or the 1? That's...
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Hell yeah, you stole her. Sorry, look out! Trying to get you while you're not... Trying to make sure I don't hit you while you're LBing.
Kill them.
If the blight, this is an in. Bam!
Fear compounds fear.
Oh, we're going back here.
Your strength.
Going back into the depths of hell.
Are you alright? Just the beginning.
Oh. 2, 1, get out of that. Get out of that. 2, 1. Oh. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. Bam. Easy enough. Oh, do I have any of them? Shield. God, those mechanics fucking hurt. But it's still half of like everyone's health. From until from pre-mechanics goes simple trick, but always fun. From my understanding, savages love doing this. From my understanding, savages love that shit.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Is an in. Then an sorry, out, then in. Then out. Then in. Okay, out, in, out, in.
I am prepared for you.
We're not gonna get to do it, so. Alright.
Kill them.
Out, in, out! Then in. 1 comes next, so out, and then in, and 2 is next, so in. Easy done! Woo! We killed the primal! Calyx, I'm literally the primal slayer. Calyx, I'm literally known as the primal slayer. What was your plan? It's like the first thing I was doing as a hero. I mean, I don't know how much of that you know, but you know. We did it! Beating your Calyx. Is it chilly at the end of it? We did it! Yeah! Something doesn't feel right. We're still in this, so that doesn't help. Now's our chance! Because there's nothing left to throw at us. Primal of all things. I did it! I beat the boss fight. Yay! Fun trial, fun trial. I appreciate that it feels very different to a lot of like other trials that we've done recently. A lot of mechanics that just feel very different to what we normally would face.
Is it over? Now, the memory bank.
Just fucking blow it up! Blow it up! Let's go! Ah, shit, there's a shield. God damn it.
It's shielded.
Next boss fight, the shield! Go, go,
I
go!
wanted you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Final day's music for a wall. It's the final day of that wall, I'll tell you what.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means.
What made you think that?
But I anticipated as much.
How much electricity do you have? How much electricity do you have? Oh, I'll just do it again.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
Oh. Oh, you made it unkillable primal. Oh, you made a primal that's actually unkillable. Which I guess is why it needed to be a concept to be designed so specifically.
A weakness.
Yeah, he can do this because he has an Ascian to help him make a concept to design it
will
so
rise
specifically.
Again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last
Like,
spark.
Phoenix is literally a
fight a
concept
losing
that we
battle.
ran into in Pandemonium. Something that revives itself when it's killed.
God damn you.
Okay. Fair point, Calyx. Fair point.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
Again, the fucked up version of that compared to what the Yokoi said.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
That's how we defeat the primal. We ensure it no longer has the source to power.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now. the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn.
Let's go, Spain!
And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
You're working! You're working! You're working!
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Oh, she's got AirPods in! No! Ooh! Hell yeah!
No, you don't!
Hell yeah! Let's fucking go!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Oh, you piece of shit! In computing terms, that's the same fucking thing, asshole! You transfer something by copying it to another destination, deleting it from the original. That's how computers work, shithead. Fuck you and your technicality. Oh, thank God. He's running Windows 11. That load time's gonna take fucking forever to transfer over the files.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Get in there! Yeah! Go on, MRG! Break through it! He's getting HDD some SSD. Oh! Oh, get in there! Oh, Jesus. Oh!
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
Putting fucking everything into it!
And we will protect them! Together!
Yeah! Yeah! The fellest of all the fucking cleaves! Fuck your shield! Fuck your fucking shield! Yo! Fucking melee combo! Never got to fight a primal before. Glad I get to kill one now.
The others.
Yeah, she ended it with the AoE finish, with an AoE attack. She ended it with Moulinet. Yo! Fuck your machine! Yo! I got to swing my sword in a cutscene! Fuck you! I got to attack in a cutscene and blow up everything! Holy fuck! They did it! That's gotta be unique per job, right? That's gotta be unique per job, right? Why would a white mage swing their staff like that? Holy shit! Oh, holy shit. Hey, do we want to? Hey, do you?
Careful, you're badly hurt.
Are you with us?
If you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
Hey, to draw home the point of, hey, did you know that this is Muklamad's Endwalker? Did you get it? Did you get that this is Muklamad's Endwalker? Do you understand that that's what we're doing?
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
There's charger shot for most of it. As I said, do you understand that we're doing the this is Muklamad's Endwalker? Because look! It also ends with her laid out needing to be healed by everyone around her because of how much she put into the final fight. Because it's her Endwalker moment. Aww. Aww. You living memory thing? I kind of just assumed this was the thing that was just playing for the cutscene. Hey, they bandaged up their hands. Aww. Now to use the unending journey to watch every variation. It's finally over. Hey everyone! Sorry you couldn't join us for the big climactic fight. But there was an NPC fight. Don't want her to get wet. Concept, please. I believe Calyx was working the transfer of his memories at the end there. But he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. No, but I also need to hear it over Jet and a minor. Ah, my nose is going again. Move it out of the way. Go. My nose is going. Gotta go to bed. Certified good. Certified good shit. I don't know if it carries the epicness of some other final patch stories of some others. Although I feel like that's just my bias of the last time we had a 0.3 that was the big epic finale.
it was fucking sea to sacrifice. Ah, this is better than Stormbloods. Better than Stormbloods. I don't know if it beats Heavensward, but Heavensward is like also like really hard to beat. After dealing their last blow, I hadn't a drop of aether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. Phew. She's gonna be out of that terminal. But what's of you? No injuries or lingering ill effects? Let's bask in the victory moment, shall we? We can take stunts once we've had a chance to recuperate. Has she recuperated? She needs the nourishing rain. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamachi will be fine. I've been in touch with Valkona, and he's made arrangements to convey her home. Which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. Hey, do you get it? Do you get that Wookiee is meant to be a new warrior of light and is inspired by you, and that this is her Endwalker moment? I'm saying it like this. I'm not mocking the game for making it obvious. I love when the game makes it obvious, because it means you just get to, like, again, what the game does is that it uses its subtlety for its build-ups, and then it lets you just bask in the lack of subtlety and like all of the ideas without having to like hide it or anything. Like when you get to the climactic peaks, that's what I like about 14. And once she had the barrier down, we saw to it the Calyx's stored memories are destroyed along with the memory bank, which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. Yay. I still remember when DT first dropped and someone in the spoiler chat referred to Wookiee as baby Minifist. I mean, like, Wookiee is very much meant to be, like, baby warrior of light no matter what. There are elements of her character that definitely line up a lot with Minifist's character. There's definitely elements where it's just, like, again, probably because Minifist is so, like, based on the story and what happens, that like so many warrior of light moments do line up with her so well that hey, when you have another character who's meant to be a warrior of light-esque character, she lines up a lot with Minifist naturally. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians and their foe. Again, the question at this stage is if Asians are still around, I assume their goal is not their original goal anymore, because we kind of put every single possible stop to that. So if any Asians are still around now, what is their motives? Again, it's like fucking like Fendaniel. We immediately stopped all the Unsunded, and that kind of put a massive pin in the idea of the Asians ever continuing their plans. Fendaniel immediately shows up, he's an Asian with a completely different plan. Why am I choose a version of the holy animation and charge up with the magic ball, which feels really powerful? Okay, that's badass, because the holy animation is really good. Where are they? They usually introduce themselves. Dancer straight up bleeps at someone as a melee strike, which feels very weird. Yeah, you don't melee with a dancer. And we must consider those who have offered up prayers during the summoning may very well fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valkona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend Alexandria's needs in the meantime.
Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shell en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Should I make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Overkeep. I expect I shan't be waiting long. After hearing of Lamachi's injuries, Connor sounded fit to launch himself here by siege engine. I feel bad just leaving her when she's like this. I feel bad just leaving her like this. She's just sitting there. Magina's points gun. Magina should do Full Metal Field. Just all of the things coming out at once. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna go teleport. I forgot how to do this quickly. That's... There we go. Oh, outskirts is literally a thing, isn't it? The I keep forgetting. I keep thinking the name of this little town has a name that isn't the outskirts. I keep thinking it has like the name of a village or something. No, this place is literally just called the outskirts. I keep forgetting that. I keep forgetting that it's literally just called that simple. Like its name is just that simple. Badass as hell, like, again, for the Endwalker moment for Wookiee of just, like, injures herself so much breaking open the barrier that she's, like, bleeding and laid out. Having to team up with, again, her Emmett Selk to deliver, like, the final blow to get. It's really good, really good. So he's the memory theme source back and never used again. Yeah, again, I assumed it was, like, a story music. It's not like a living thing memory thing. Thank goodness. Things are much calmer than I anticipated. With signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving, at least. I've given Sven a bridge explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. Do I have any drink left? No, I don't. Sad. I was hoping to speak to Shell and Aaron. I'll share the news over on just a moment. The issue of me only having like a small can of energy drink during a stream is that I don't have enough liquid. I can feel like my throat and jaw hurting because I've not had enough liquid throughout the stream. Manifest. Everyone's been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts haven't been touched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Fiend. Erenville and Shell have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Keep us a bottle of water and your drinks dehydrate me, if anything. That's what I should do. I'm just dumb. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities. I'm happy to report that it seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials understandably request an explanation of events. Raha, Kra, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts within. Forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. I'm very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Blades in waiting. Seeing which the check on the state of the outskirts. Crack neck? Crack neck. Mayhap I'll take you up on your suggestion. Only, I'm concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahusva? She works the fields at Yopa's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she'll surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I should do just that. Thank you, Kara. Whee! Hey. One of the characters who were talking with, like,
heaps when we first met Sphene. The other Sphene. I remember learning show both relieved to learn of our victory. You could practically hear the tension drain out of their voices, especially Shale's. She was quite worried for us. Sphene learned that he would not remain a secret much longer. Her message touched the hearts of people throughout the kingdom. You tried talking to the blind woman? Yeah, she should be around the corner, I believe. Ah, so is the late swimmer herself. Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me. Yet I'd be glad to learn much more of them as well. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get to word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The new regulated crowd did also acting strange at the same time, though. Papane was one of them, with all the authorities attending to him in the medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I'm sure I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's Fiend, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the dangers to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly? Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you. And while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me. For everyone. No, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Papane and the others. The outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Hey. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, there's been an opportunity to round up the other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating living sickness as well. So, like, you ever hear of flying pigs? One thing with the porxies, right? Because what we've created is an endless supply of porxies because of the mother porxie, right? However, if the mother porxie ever disappears, for whatever reason, if Graha specifically is no longer around, we've lost that ability to cure tempered again, haven't we? Like, it's a solution to cure the tempered, but, like, it still relies on something that we can lose. Well, because the big thing is that it required knowledge of, like, it required Graha's Allegan blood. Because Graha has the royal eye, he was able to use that information that was required to put into the porxie to do that about, like, memory, like, manipulation and stuff like that was required for the cure for tempering. We just do a run of a toys round again. Yeah, it was a brute force calculation resulting memorized with his perfect memory, yeah. Yeah, we like, just like, we should make some form of contingency plan. We need a form of contingency plan so this method can be created again in the future. Again, primals are going to be less of an issue now that Ascians are much less of a threat. That being said, primals can still happen by accident. Primals can still completely happen by accident without them meaning to happen. Look at Ingator. I know it's Hildebrand, but still it counts. I mean, hell, even Susano. Even Susano, to an extent, was like an accident.
Use some shit from the weapons. This time it definitely will go better. Wonderful. I shall petition Gassan to spread the word. This is why we have Gongsha Foxy King. Fucking get a look at Titan Heavenswood. True. True, Garbu. Yeah. If you don't want to use Hildebrands, Garbu literally accidentally summons. Yeah, that's fair. Our outskirts are as cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Manifest, Alvaro told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamashi back to Tulia. Alvaro himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we'll sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I have in mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galusha? According to Shelley, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last year, Jill was pitching over in the drift down to the river. If you ask, Taku, I believe her name was? She should be able to point in the general direction. A character just being like, I don't actually remember this person's name off the top of my head. I think it's this. Not certain. I did meet her like half of a time. Travel boots. They're not worth as much anymore. It's sad. Whoa! Break your ankles there, buddy. Careful. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. If you're running around doing MSQ dressed like this, hell yeah. Oh, you don't have a regulator? Good. I've been aware of anyone wearing them. No, we had a beautiful Queen's Fate, not some memorial for those lost in the assault. Someone changed people's memory stuff going on the clad and it isn't good. So a lot more has happened since then. Yeah, I see rumbles are made with tempering and coded. Couldn't Kid who even do that? I mean, is Gilgamesh tempered? Gilgamesh didn't seem tempered. So there's that. Again, the idea is that when you summon a primal, the way it enthralls is a desire to bring others in under its thrall. Ah, I know that voice. And I'm happy to hear it. We'll pray fervently for your safe return. Looking for Lusha, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything. Or if we had noticed anyone who'd been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted. So Tom will fine for the moment and Cicely take a rest. I hope you'll heed my advice. Yeah, if it's based on someone's desires would grow even desire that, yeah. I mean, Garbu's Titan. Garbu's Titan seems to be able to enthrall people beyond Garbu. Because Alice still had to run. Did a sail ever temper people? That's hard to say just because of how dire the heretics were. Though we meet people who are heretics after Asel's death, and they don't seem to want to do so. Yeah, Misia actively had to temper to do that. Louis Soir didn't temper Alphino and Alice. You've run off towards the ruins of Old Alexandria. You always seem to like it there. Gulujar is a precocious child, but a child nonetheless. He needs our guidance and support. I imagine he's run off to where we first had dinner with him and met him. We need to talk to Tapu later then. Hey, she's part of the MSQ right now, so if she's doing a thing, doesn't seem to be a thing that happens right Never mind, we're over here. Hey, Aaronville. Why the stop? Ah, came in such a hostage. You'll need the trek all the way out here, but it's good to see you. I just think of the road strokes and Conan some choice words as well.
Oh, welcome back.
Hello. Hello.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
And a dungeon.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Just hitting that thing so hard with the axe that she made her fucking hands bleed.
Vow of
Holy
resolve
shit.
indeed. Resolve to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
That's no fun.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You are a child.
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
You are literally a baby.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
If you were strong, you wouldn't be 8 years old.
But I'm weak. So weak.
Yeah, Monon sometime this patch, I think. You'll grow into your strength. You are baby. Don't feel bad. You are a literal child. You are a literal child. It's okay. You solved that Rubik's Cube, right? That's how
right.
you helped.
And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
It's something out of an element of Galusha where it's like worrying about how much he's taking after his father. In terms of the worrying about being weak and everything like that. But he'll go down a different path compared to his father because he's actually willing to listen to other people. Whereas Araja is like, I'm weak and I'm on my own and I have to do this on my own and fuck everyone else. Blah, 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 blah.
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Child.
That's a big commitment.
Still a child. Give it a couple years.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Kululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Just don't push it too much right now. Still literally a child. Still actual baby.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
When you're not a child. Again, I think Galusha acting like this is meant to be reflective of Zarosha. I think Galusha's desires like this is meant to be a reflection of how he's Zarosha's kid.
I think that's what they're doing here. I don't even think he knows what fractions are. Again, I think the idea is meant to be he's Zorolja's kid. So he's plagued with a lot of similar doubts that Zorolja was, just Zorolja didn't openly express them. And because he never openly expressed them, he had no one to count on or rely on to help him through it and work through it, whereas Galusha has a support network and is talking to those people to help him deal with that. I think that's why that's there. I get it doesn't mean I have to like the way they're doing it. I do wish the other characters pointed out to him a little bit more. You are literal child. It's okay. It's okay. You are literally a child. Get the little blade and he wants to spar already. He's Gulozhaja's grandson, alright? Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. But now when you say one step at a time, do you mean learning how to take one step after the other? Because I think you're still working on that with how young you are. Like, cooking the meals that Otis taught me. And keep everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think Pastor Mom's still here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Cheryl and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Otis is so to see better days. Well, let's get on to fix it up when I'm big enough to wield it. As for my father's weapons, they were found in Skydeep Sorote. I wonder if you ever intended for me to have them. I've no plans to move on just yet. One of the afflicted is an old friend. I want to stay close when the treatments are ongoing. Do you think Alfred trying to sell it coming in at yours at the age of teenage was a bad example for this little guy? This game has two sets of children, immobile frail waves, or combat solution missing savants, and there's no in between. Sometimes children are just kids. I do feel like it's also something that extends to the way that the game treats age in general. How many characters in this game would you put down as this character is younger than what they should be for how they're written? Because that applies to, like, conservative estimate, 900% of the characters in the game. It's a very consistent thing that the game has of nearly every single character is younger than what they should be given the story that they want, that they're trying to tell with the character. And I don't know how much of that is just they don't know how to age their characters properly, and how much of that is, well, it's meant to be like medieval fantasy world where like life expectancies, if you live to 60, you were fucking ancient. So we want to reflect that. Like if you go back to our history and our world of like how far back do you go for history to be where like children learned how to fight when they were under the age of 10? Is it meant to be mimicking that, or is, I don't know. The Yeti being a super genius, the most mature of the sisters? Yeah, it's another one. I think the sliding timer when no one ages might help in that regard. Also that. No, but every single character in the Arcadion's under 20. Brute Bomber is totally under 20. Dancing Green, totally under 20. The fact that Alphino and Alice haven't had a growth spurt yet is ridiculous. Post Endwalker was the perfect time to give Alphino and Alice a growth spurt, and I'm shocked they never got it. Professor Roblox and President Baby told my side content because they know they'd be too powerful together. For over 16-year-old adults. Oh wait, the same idea I see. I thought I'm nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Yeah, mentally they're 17 years old now, because they did have a year on the first.
Find the fist. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. Shayla is visibly relieved to see your safe return. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We're seeing the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and myself. Kafka and Geo would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. More puzzles for you to solve, yay! Oh, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the keys certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they failed to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel are only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it's prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. So it'd be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze data we report from Containment Complex 1029, and look at other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it takes some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned the rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I hope you settle in. Thing that Cry was talking about there in terms of like something or someone is out to get us, that is one thing that I am curious and interested and a little bit worried about in terms of where we go from for Final Fantasy from here onwards after Endwalker. I can understand the desire to still have some form of force that is an overarching plot across several expansions. If every expansion post Endwalker was like completely self-contained, it may feel a little directionless if there's no like overarching something that's going on. But I also don't want an overarching thing that comes along and is just like, the final days were only the prelude. The real main villain of the game is now this. The final days wasn't the real threat, it was this. I don't want that to happen. Like, building up to another threat that threatens the star, I can understand that. I can understand a threat that threatens the star. Hell, what we just defeated basically was that. Like, if Endless Fiend got to do what she did at the end of Endwalker, it would have been like multiple reflections of fucked now. And like, yeah, so that has that. Wow, JLo, I've not heard anything good about the JLo, so that comparison's not good. Yeah, I don't, like, we can have an overarching plot, we can have an overarching threat. I just don't want it to be something where it's like, oh, the final days wasn't the real villain. It was actually this, right? Because the final days and everything, it's so all-encompassing. It's so all-encompassing of, like, the entire history of the star. It's so all-encompassing in terms of just, like, the literal, we go to the literal edge of existence to tackle it, right? That something trying to be grander and, like, this was the real problem. That's too much. I feel like the level of threat that's appropriate. You can threaten the existence of the star again. I think that is okay, depending on how you handle it. Because here's my thought process in terms of, like, where we go from here. A threat that threatens the star that we have to resolve ourselves can work.
if we go with the framing that Endwalker suggests of, and also the Endwalker, like, Shadowbringers to Endwalker, its suggestion of what we are now is we are the new stewards of the star. Like, Hydaelyn leaving voluntarily at the end, like, of Endwalker, the entire Myths of the Realm thing and stuff like that, Emmett's whole refutation of what we are. It's basically all about how, in post-Endwalker, it is now entirely up to the sundered societies to take care of the star. Because even in the lead-up, like, we take on that mantle and that responsibility for taking on Meteion, but we're very much still taking on Meteion with the cooperation of the unsundered people of the world. We know where she is and how to get there, and also the ability to get there strictly because of Anar, because of the Mother Crystal and the tracking that she used. We also, like, rely on Hilthaddeus and Emmett to bring our friends back and to, like, change the definition of, like, how Ultimate Thule works. So it's like, we're taking the charge, we're now taking the lead, but we're still very much, like, relying on them. It's still more of a joint effort. We're the stewards, but they're still helping us. Whereas now that Hydaelyn, Zodiac, and all of the 12 and everything like that, now that they've, like, voluntarily left, the star's now fully in our control. Like, we're the ones who have to maintain it. So some form of threat that's, like, now without relying on that as much, we need to be the stewards of the star. We need to, like, create the path for it. And again, I think part of what they're doing is that, with the idea of Zero, with the idea of Wuklamar, to an extent, Sphene, we're building up characters who, in theory, could take up the mantle after us. Or basically, what I'm trying to get at is, what our goal is to help the people of the star as a whole basically be the stewards of the star as a whole, instead of everything relying on just the Warrior of Light to tackle everything forever. The Warrior of Light helps the people of the star be able to do that, so in perpetuity, the people of the star can carry on and pass on to the people after that ways of doing that. And stuff like that. Again, it's just a long-form answers, where, like, we're leading those who walk after, but other people are looking to us. It's just answers. It's just answers, obviously. But it's like, how do we tie that in with making, like, all of the expansions feel like they are going somewhere? And stuff like that. And the fact that we have, like, there is a threat out there that's still wanting us, and we know it's an Ascian, obviously. The game is not being subtle about just like, yeah, Calyx is working with an Ascian. We've not faced any universe-scale threats aside from Ensinger, which was really just a cloud of loud, sad birds. Ready for a cot on a fluffy pillow? Well, if you like this some time before the series returns to normal, you may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. While away the days in the back room. Several weeks later. That is one of the biggest time jumps this game has ever done, I think. That is one of the biggest time jumps we've ever done in 14, like, ever. Holy shit. Wow. I don't even know if you were told how long it was, like, post-Endwalker for the Scions to disband. Very jaunty music we got here.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Glad they had the coffee to get you by.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
30.3 true, yeah.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Grahana, it's caffeine addiction.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Oh, no, roughly about 5.5 months.
Right then. One last bit of proofreading.
Oh, right, they were technically here for work. For Charlotte, for the students, weren't they?
Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
So I have this feeling we're not going to stop Alexandria from using soul cells. And I have this feeling we're not going to stop Alexandria having a dome around it that kills you.
Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the meso-terminal.
Okay, that's way more than I expected would happen.
Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open
They
to willing
get everything
participants.
back that they lost. Oh, okay.
This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
Oh, big stretch. He's a cat, you have to say it.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials
shot of your
requested
soul
the
cell. What did the
assistance
devs
of
mean by
those
this?
familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes.
So this isn't addressing like the core issue. Like it isn't. Well, it is.
So sweet of you.
It's not
but
addressing the
you
most fucked
needn't
up
worry.
parts of Alexandria
I'm in
necessarily.
very good company.
But the idea of restoring all of the memories to Alexandria,
Thank you all for your well wishes.
it's like, this is a very good first step towards the nation being not as fucked as what it is. Because the avoidance of death, the avoidance of bad memories, the desire to live in a false paradise, in a false utopia where you pretend nothing is bad, that thought process is what causes all of the problems with Alexandria. The reliance on soul cells and everything like that, and all of those problems, all of that comes from that initial, like, fear, like the fear of dying, the thing that we literally killed, right?
Despite the
So the idea of
disruption caused
restoring
by
their
the
memories,
dome's
it's a big
arrival,
first step.
The people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
How does this part of the story work if you haven't done Nidawikwi's custom deliveries? If you haven't finished Nidawikwi's custom deliveries, how do you do this part of the... Oh, I guess the train still goes up to Vanguard at least. The train still goes to Vanguard, just not to the outskirts. They're not getting processed living. There's no more soul cells being produced, so they've got to stop using them one way or another. Yeah, like there's a limited time for soul cells to work anyways. Soul cells is a thing that in time, they will stop using them because they don't have access to anymore, and they were already limited because the Roljar sucked up a fucking shitload of them. So the use of soul cells in regulators to like avoid death is going to be something that will go away sooner rather than later. Feral souls can still be used. Yeah, but then you get Ultra Necrozma, and I don't think that's necessarily like
the Tural,
a
which
viable
the Jar
solution.
united, is nothing if not resilient.
Yo, it's the outlaws that are vigilantes. Yo! It's the Ronick! The cone is dying for! Because he saw how cute they were.
A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials.
Blazing Steel wins the Arcadian. Then I get rid of all the Feral Souls. I think that's part of what's happening here. My desire is Alexandria is so fucked that I want to see Alexandria be fixed by the end of it.
Our feet ever moving
but Alexandria is so
life's
fucked,
path.
and in some capacity introduced so late into the story of Dawntrail. Like, you don't go to Alexandria until like level 97. And so you get like the little bit at the end of the story of Alexandria, and then you get like the patches dedicated towards it. We're not like leaving Alexandria with everything in Alexandria in place for the place is now good. We're leaving Alexandria of they have now taken the first step. Whereas usually it's a little bit more than that. Like, you think about Ishgard, the first step for Ishgard is the politics patch. It is 3.1, and you see it change more and more as that goes on, and then you get Ishgard Restoration like 2 expansions later.
You'll soon be on your way to Yacht.
It's never forever called Roll Quests.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing.
Yeah, you've not been to Toliolol. Check it out. It's way better. Bakujaja!
Gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the vow of reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
We're waiting for Surreal to do some more evil shit, so he's fine for right now. Don't point out that also this patch is when the next Lantern comes out. He'll be called away very soon. We'll leave this cutscene. He's like, oh shit, Surreal's doing bad shit again.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
It's been weeks. Holy shit.
I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
It's been weeks.
Oh my. Please, forgive me.
I wonder how long the Warrior
I
of
hadn't
Light
realized
was
her
out
condition
for.
was so serious.
Like after fighting
I pray
Xenos.
she makes a full
Ultimate
recovery
Form.
soon.
To be president of Electro is a political time bomb. Do we seriously think no one else on Atheros will want to get their hands on it? Feels like they introduced Alexander with zero thought with how it interacts with the world. Again, possibly that's stuff that's going to come up later. It could be stuff that comes up later. Because again, this feels like
What a rare pleasure this is.
this feels like the first step for Alexandria.
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the vow of resolve.
Sword of Dragons from family, I could beat them, it's probably fine.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see, I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Oh, bye, my blue.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui.
They'll boss at us for a while.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present.
And dungeons.
That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Given what Dawntrail's been, I'm surprised we didn't get a flashback to Orshafan's face there. Given the love of flashbacks, I'm surprised we didn't flashback to Orshafan's face.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things. Both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment. Without creating any new endless, of course.
For like a solo instance.
Once things are up and running, we use the meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Hey! Hey!
Should you be up and about?
Why would she care?
I'm fine. The worry word of a brother exaggerates. Mabru came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment
Should
longer,
we hit
so
north?
she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Aww.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Your hands were the injured thing. Don't punch.
Very well then. I leave
Your
these
hands were
tasks
so
in
bad
your
that don't do
capable
that.
hands.
At the very least.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
It's glitching out a lot.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Oh, it's like in between. It's not the paradise of ignorance, of pretending that death doesn't exist. And it's not the grim reality, and it's not like the grim reminder of the bluntness in your face. Death is inevitable and will come for you. It's the in-between. The acknowledgement that death is real. But our memories of those who have gone help us through. It's not denial, it's not grief, it's acceptance. It's remembering while still moving forward, yeah. To coincide with the people of Alexandria as a
You
whole
protected me.
getting to do that.
I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
Living memory, I've done it again! God damn it. Living memory, I've done it again. Yeah, living memory now
I am humbled
lives
by
up to
all
its
you have
name in
done
a
in
whole
service
new
to
way.
our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
The headphones died right now. You didn't even warn me. So, pause for a second.
What will you do now, Sven?
My headphones died literally just then. They didn't even warn me. Didn't even warn me. More dead, more less attention, king level.
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria.
I'm pretty sure no one could say no to you. You're queen.
Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Doing a bit, come on.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding.
I'm trying to do a
What
bit.
I
I'm trying to be
say is,
dramatic.
it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to
Yeah,
salvation.
it's not at this point. It's not even a case of just, oh well, you are Sven.
We would not ask
so
that you
like
perform
you
the same
like
duties as our
sure
previous
do
ruler.
it. It's like, you know,
The structure of both
she helps
government
lead
and nation
in their desperate
is to be
moments.
re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone.
Hey, and like
If
a
that
lot
is
of
acceptable,
things,
we
monarchy
implore you,
gone in this game.
Please, live among us and lend us your gentle guidance.
Mr. Ryle still has an altar. It just has 2 of them now instead of 1.
The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
You never stop being a ruler, so I guess you're a queen.
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Kuluja's still young though, so
he's also
don't expect
literally
too
a
much of him
baby.
just yet.
He's also literally a baby. He is 2 years old. Need to get out and get a booster suit for Kalucha. We're gonna say the thing. We're doing the thing that we did for Wuklamar, where it's just like we're not gonna tell her what to do. We're gonna let her trust in herself that she knows what to do. We're gonna abide by the new precedent set by Zoroljar. It's the law now.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
Hey.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Playing very quietly behind them, but it is there.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Hey. Yay! Oh, living memory. Oh, living memory, you did it again! Wow, the nighttime living memory. Whoa. The nighttime living memory, whoa. Especially with it being cloudy. Looks a little different to the cutscene. Look a little different to the cutscene. I can't believe living memory got to do it a third time. I can't believe they got to do it a third time with living memory of just having a zone blow me away by what it is. They got it again. Most people just sitting down here looking out on patch day. Again, it's the fact that it's not restored to just what it was when you first arrived here. It's still not the same as when you first arrived here. Hey! Yo! What's up? You made it. Hey, we can see down there again. I don't know if this Syriac's been to living memory before. After the Crescent, I noticed that there were others who have near twins from this world. That's if Hardy Boiled and Geralt, for instance. There's a couple, yeah. It looks like the inside of Alexander. Made me think whether or not the same was true for me. But now that I think on it, that me is already dead, isn't he? It's my own nation that did the deed. Yeah, that is what happens. Other you came to defend a nation from being attacked on a complete and utter whim. Other you was a very brave person indeed. And you've exemplified that as well. Might as well live for the both of us. And of course, for his birthday. It's only second. And for his bird. Yeah, this was his. Yeah. So I wasn't sure how much to tell you. I wasn't sure how much you would remember and how much you wouldn't remember. But you made it. It's not that I remember. For the people of Tulio's comments that I've oh yeah, sure, yeah. With the way they were talking now. There's a nice meta version of this when you think about the average player just going through MSQ, having it turn off and then back on rather quickly, not really absorbing the changes. You did get your own version of it by doing patches. Doing this, I've mentioned it before in terms of just like, really feels like a lot of Dawntrail is designed around being there on content. The amount of like, the amount of work you do in the Occult Crescent, the amount of work you do for Cosmic Exploration, they're much more significant grinds than previous expansions for their stuff. The way that like Arcadion lines up with, oh, Arcadion happens at like after these moments in the story to line up with what's happening in Alexandria and stuff like that. Dawntrail feels even more designed around doing things patch by patch than even Endwalker did. Again, parts of Endwalker are better to do it all caught up now, like Island Sanctuary, because you're not just stuck doing things endlessly for like several weeks, possibly months, of not getting any XP while you wait for the next 2 levels of XP to drop that have a slight little change. You get to do all of Island Sanctuary at once, and it works better for it, and stuff like that. Dawntrail feels very designed around a lot of people who are there on patch content and on patch day, which is reflected in its gameplay with a lot of the stuff there. But also, holy shit, living memory. For people who played this on launch, this is more than a year for this to happen. For people who played this as it came out, this is more than a year. Or like roughly close to a year, like 4 months per patch. This is about a year's worth of wait. 13 months for this to happen. That's wild! That's wild! Again, it's another thing where it's like, it feels designed around people who are there for the patches and on content. Even Cosmic Exploration with the whole, you're there together with the people at patch launch to build the new stuff on the, in the new location for Cosmic Exploration feels like that. Especially once 8.0 comes out, the DT term gear goes to PoE, so gearing isn't a progression limiter. Yeah. You only waited like half of that? Well, from me finishing 7.0 to this has been about 2-3 months for me. It's been enough that I feel the impact. Because I've been back to living memory to do like fates and stuff since then. I've been back to living memory to do like fates and whatnot, and like side content and stuff here while this has been happening. So I still very much feel part of that. I've come back here to like do the yellow quests as we're like doing streams. It's not to the same extent, but like, yeah. It'd be very different doing it on content where it's just like, you could power through it in a week. Yeah, 13 months Decker was saying for how long it was between when you shut this off to when you get this version of turning it back on. God, living memory is so good. I'm like, I was not expecting them to hit me again with living memory like this. I really wasn't. Again, like going through living memory and experiencing what it was the first time as part of the MSQ, that is like all-timer of like video game experiences. That is like among my top video game experiences I've ever had in my life. What that feeling of going through living memory for the first time is unlike anything else that I've experienced in a game, even FF14. Because other versions of living memory in FF14 are not quite the same presentation in the way that they're done as living memory. And so the fact that living memory can hit me again with the beautiful turn of it again. Again, as Deku said, this isn't denial, this isn't grief. It is now acceptance. It is no longer the false utopia of pretending that bad things don't happen and living in a false reality. It is no longer the harsh reminder of death that it was when we turned it off. It is, death exists, and it hurts, but we can reflect on those that we've lost fondly and know that once we're gone, others will do the same for us. Again, it still plays into the facade element. Like when we remember people, they're not next to us, they're not experiencing things with us anymore. But it doesn't stop the memory being something that we carry with us. And again, like a lot of this, again, because of the way that the architecture is old Alexandria, it's remembering the Alexandria of the past that leads to the Alexandria of the present again. Watching you go through this game patch by patch is what's inspired me to do this. Same for my old, such an interesting way to experience the game, especially the parts that have been out for years now. Well, I only started doing it with Endwalker, and honestly, since doing it with Endwalker, I've been enjoying it a hell of a lot more. I've been enjoying it so much. I never did it for the previous expansions. There was some elements we did patch by patch, like we kind of did that with like the Eden raids in what's it called? Shadowbringers. Bosnia was almost that, just because of how long it took me to do Bosnia. I started Bosnia early in Shadowbringers, like post-game, and then like finishing Bosnia was like one of the last things I did there. I started doing that for DT after seeing your streams. It makes me realize how much, like, I think it happens more as the game goes on, but also I've been doing it more as the game goes on, so confirmation bias. There are certain elements of the story that are really heavily designed around doing stuff patch order, and I think Dawntrail is the biggest example of what they've done, of how they've done that so far. I think Endwalker has elements of that as well. Tataru's story, like experiencing Tataru's story consistently as you go throughout the entire expansion rather than just being a one and done, I think ties into that. The fact that when you do patch order stuff for Endwalker, you're constantly introduced to a stream of like yellow quests where it's like, oh, here's a yellow quest for Omega, here's a yellow quest for the Void stuff. You get little bits of story, and then you get like a side content that like adds a lot of extra flavor to that side content as you go on and stuff like that. Again, I don't think it's Dawntrail is by far the biggest one where they're just like, this is for the people who are caught up, that they will experience it more profoundly, or just more, it will be more of an impact to experience it in the order that the content released in. Things will never be the same, we have to keep moving forward, but we can still take time to remember the good times, as long as we don't remain trapped in our nostalgia yet. And again, the fact that it coincides so perfectly. This coincides so perfectly with what's happening with the story for Alexandria. All of this happens as everyone in Alexandria has their memories restored. Is beautiful.
I just realized that we're looking at the terminal where Syriac did the emotional effect. Oh my god, we are. Oh my god, we are. That was over there. Syriac, Spark, can I just say, holy shit. You've done such a good fucking job. And the fact that you did so much of it before, like, speaking in chat that much was incredible. You've done a lot, and it's so well done. And thank you so much. It's so fucking awesome. It's so awesome to, like, I get a speech just now was finally the end of it. I figured like. When like the 9th Syriac coming along for adventures and stuff like that. That's cool and I'm appreciating that. But it's like coming here, it's like, this is like the, Because again, like obviously as you see as I play through the game, I care about my character. I care about my character's story. I care about the arc and the characterization of my character, and I try to get that across with my streams. So the idea that like people in chat like have their own little journeys, their own little things that they're showing through my stream, through the nature of the how an MMO works. Again, it's one of the biggest strengths of 14 is how much 14 makes you care about your character. Playing 14, it isn't just, oh, I'm playing a video game and this is my avatar. You play 14 and this is my character and this is my character's experience in the world. Again, the game is a DM and you're a player in it, of having your own character that the game itself is DMing you through, and being able to like see other people do that for their characters as we go through is really cool. I really like it. It's again that element of it in terms of just like how much the game makes you care about your character and like makes you want to care about your character as their own character is the reason this is my #1 game of all time. If it didn't have that element, it would be high up there definitely, but it wouldn't be #1. The game is #1 specifically because of that element, and seeing other people be able to share little bits like that is really cool. I really like that. I really appreciate it. Hot take Final Fantasy XIV good. Hot take Dawntrail good. After I learned the first room, I started cooking with a raw shrimp for the bits, doing my mind for weeks. Wait, what? Whoa, what? You just did that first bit on stream and you came up with the rest of it after the first... No. Oh, wow. Okay. I thought you did it with, like, a plan. I thought you had a plan from the start. I figured it was planned. I figured it was planned. I thought it was planned from your first appearance. I didn't realize you did that first appearance and then planned it after the fact. The way that you've been doing it, I figured, oh, you clearly are like intending to do this. You're clearly intending to, you have an idea of where you want this to go. I thought you had that plan before you showed up ever. I didn't realize you had, like, the first time was just, like, a bit for the stream, and then you went, oh, whoa, and then you'd, oh my god, that's so good. That's so fucking good, holy shit. I just thought, wouldn't it be funny since that moment is coming up, and then you turned it into everything it was? That's amazing. That's fucking amazing. That's amazing. So if this story is now done, if Syriac's journey alongside us in Dawntrail is now done, can I add you to my friend list so I can see your name? Because I've been deliberately not sending a friend request because like when you show up, you're just showing up like as a person. And it doesn't have like a big flashing name above your head that like kind of ruins the immersion. I've been deliberately avoiding sending a friend request because you've been wanting to do because of the way you've been doing this. But if the story's done now, can I send a friend request and it now? Or do you like remaining a stranger that just like shows up around? Now we've completed a completely unrelated Syriac.
If you still want to just be like a person who wanders around and you'll just show up on camera and don't want to be on the friend list, that's fine, I understand that. But I've been deliberately avoiding it so I can let you do your bit without just like, here's a name tag, Syriac's coming up to do a bit right now, kind of thing. I like the NPC type lore I've made. Again, like, you've added an extra part to Minifest's story through, for Dawntrail of just, he's an extra character that Minifest interacts with and, like, deals with in Minifest's story. It kind of gives Minifest, like, a more personal connection to Dawntrail, because so many of the characters that you meet and lose and, like, come across in living memory and stuff like that are characters that are important to the other characters. You kind of, like, added a little bit extra for Minifest specifically that gives Minifest a bit more of a stronger connection to what happens with Alexandria and Solution 9 and everything like that. Might be a bit self-inserted, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I have absolutely no qualms with how people decide to portray their character. Horatio in this game, like Pi's character Horatio, is like a tiny. Like, I don't know if they're specifically from an alternate dimension in this lore. I think they are. But like Horatio's character in this is like it's straight up their character from their D&D sessions, who has shown up in the world of Final Fantasy XIV. Like you can do whatever you want. That's the beauty of the way that like. But that's the beauty of how Final Fantasy XIV does its storytelling, is that, like, do you want to lean entirely into, like, super cohesive role-playing? Do you want to have your own character that has, like, a completely wacky different... Like, the literal producer of the game plays as a Lalafell whose eyes change color when she triple casts. Like, Yoshi P's character is descended from a long line of ancient black mages. Her eyes changes color when she goes full, when she, like, channels her, like, mana to the most powerful extreme and stuff like that. Like, that's the producer of the game. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. That's the beauty of this. Like, because my character is just very MSQ responsive. Like, again, we talk about how moments of, like, how Minifest lines up with a lot of the story elements. And that's because Minifest is primarily just reacting to the story, just, like, you know, it's me reacting to the story through a character who has, like, enough, like, defined motives to shape how the emotions go in that regard. Without, like, her literal backstory and lore is, like, she was on an island for 25 years and never left it until the start of the story. So even, like, Minifest's backstory is just, like, can be summarized in a couple of words, and it's literally designed so there's no more for that. My first time learning this Yoshi P lore that's beautiful? Yeah, it's his Lalafell. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Syriac's undergone some changes. Syriac has undergone some changes. Well, Syriac's lore story is done. It is time to turn into a cube. I no longer need to be story compliant. My character's story is done for the moment. I am now a cube. Fort's Tower Mount? Gotcha. What's up? What's up? Everyone hanging out, everyone chilling. It's still cloudy. Go away, clouds. I want to see this place better. Go away, clouds. Hey, there's a rainbow over the castle. I want to see this place without clouds. We shall walk this difficult road together, as our Wuklamata has assured us. Go out today, depending on time zones. Ah, that was used to being stuck in the tower. Ah. Bedtime. Good night, Crafts. So Sphene is to sit the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but Alexandria citizens have made their feelings known. Like I said, it does technically mean in some capacity she was elected. Maybe a little. Does it? Okay, here's a question. So the people say that so the character, like, the world is like, okay, the people of Alexandria are choosing that they want Sphene as their queen, right? So it does mean in some capacity election. If you are the original version of an immortal replica of yourself that was originally made queen, and then you get resurrected and then become queen, in part because you were the original basis of the immortal queen that they had instead, does that count as nepotism? Yeah, is this nepotism? I don't know. What's the version of I worked at a job and I got my dad hired at the job? What does that, is that still nepotism? If you're just like, hey, are you alright if my dad applies for a job here? Can you give it to him? He kind of needs it. Is that nepotism, or is there a word for reverse nepotism? I hate that. So, Nepo mommy? Yeah, because I guess you're not a Nepo baby. I guess you're not a Nepo baby, so I guess you're a Nepo mommy. A new Alexandrian coin has risen. This is an occasion worthy of grand celebration. Wow, so cool. Please never say that again. I'm begging millennials to come up with a better term. This great nation is set to become an ever greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness this turning point in history. Guruja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become Queen of Reason. We'd be delighted to hear that she's accepted the role. Again, it's not like we're foisting royalty upon someone who has no idea of what royalty is. Sphene was a queen before her stasis. So, like, she's familiar with the role and she's familiar with the concept. It's just, you know, it's the same nation, just a couple centuries in the future. So it's not like we're foisting this upon someone who has no... it's not like Galuja, where we're foisting the role upon someone who has no history of this and is a baby. Like, at least Sphene was a queen before, so she is familiar with the role of leading a nation, at least. So there is at least that. Thank you for your kind encouragement, my dearest. Well, Clement is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Toliolao will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sticking out of the corner's nose like this time. The vow of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. Look forward to it. She also ascended the Queen mid-war, that is true. Yeah, that did happen, yeah. In the middle of the War of Lindblom, yeah. Shall we begin our home then? I spent some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I'd be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of my Aurora's guide. I was intending to accompany Wickramat back to Toliolal, but your plans manifest. Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, he needs up by the palace first. Connor's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Well, it's the sun's out, so I can at least see it a bit better. I can't believe Living Memory did it again. I can't fucking believe that. Oh my god. Shout out to Living Memory. I think one of the coolest video game locales in terms of how the place is used to tell its story that I've ever fucking seen. Holy shit. Like, it's not my favorite zone in this game because Ultima Thule, but a lot of me liking Ultima Thule so much does come down extremely to personal bias. A lot of me saying I like Ultima Thule more is personal bias for what Ultima Thule is and represents and does and everything like that, yada yada yada. Then Ultima Thule also does its storytelling through its zone with the way that it changes, and even the way that it changes in post-game with the Omicron society quest, so it does also still do that. But I'm blown away by how they did the story writing here, just because it's such a
fascinating concept that they executed so fucking well. Yeah, the music here. The way that the music has changed multiple times in living memory. Wait a bit for weather. It's gonna start raining. I like that every version of living memory is pretty for different reasons and with very, very different vibes. Again, you have 3 versions of living memory in this game, and they're also radically different. It's raining. Now it's just sad. Now it's just sad because it's raining. Somehow the rain, I can see it more because it's not as cloudy. Somehow the rain lets me see more because it's not as cloudy. Wet memory. The third one's just the first one with a normal skybox. But it's amazing how much that skybox changes it. Because, like, the skybox affects the lighting of the entire zone. The entire zone is baked in this gold when you first get here. That is meant to be a color that elicits nostalgia. And stuff like that. It's very, like, the lighting of the place is very much meant to elicit this nostalgic feeling, where here, that's no longer there. Yeah, like here, the coloring of everything is just what it should be. The colors of everything is just what it should be. It's not tinted with hues of false paradise, or like false utopia. God damn, holy fucking shit. Holy shit. They did it again. They fucking did it again. I don't think I've actually been back in this room since we were first here. This is just Disneyland, we can monetize this. Why don't we have trips to living memory where people can ride the rides? Get actual food stalls that are set up there that don't just give you data for food. And welcome back to Dead Baby Water. There's so many rides. Welcome back to Dead Baby Water Cave. Oh yeah, Dead Baby Cave. You have to go through Dead Baby Cave before you can access Disneyland. Disneyland probably wouldn't be as popular if you had to walk through the Cave of Dead Babies to get to it. Unless Florida is just itself basically a Cave of Dead Babies. Or is that the other Disney? Or is that Disney World? Florida's the world, right? And LA is the land? Right. Am I getting that the right way around? Yeah? Okay. I'm shocked that my memory remembers. I'm shocked that I have that memory, considering I don't live in America. Disneyland, there we go. Good device to remember. How long has it been since I last walked the streets? You guys spent too long in Solution 9, but the city seems livelier than it ever was. Manifest! No one told me you were coming! Memory restoration went well, I'm told. Let's uphold this mass graveyard / archaeological site for profit. Yeah! Think of a Gilder! Florida is a multi-park swamp resort. California is in the middle of a city. There's multiple parks in the Florida one? That makes it sound like the Florida one's bigger. I guess World is bigger than Land. Super Mario World, console game. Super Mario Lands, Game Boy game. So I guess that makes sense. It's also why Super Mario 3D Land is the handheld game and Super Mario 3D World was the console game. Blowing your minds right now. It's good to be home.
Thanks for coming along. 4 parks, multiple resorts, and shopping areas. Why don't people talk about wanting to go to Disney World then? Why is it always Disneylands that people talk about if that's what Disney World is? Is it purely because it's in Florida and not LA? It's Florida? I get. It's because it's Florida, fair. And to be fair, it's LA though. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying until the Alala while. We believe in you, Kalusha. Whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Different flavors of hell. Oh dear, our reason is out of sorts. You snuck out past your bedtime, young lady. Can you blame me? Yamachi, you're supposed to be convalescing in bed. See, the swamps and local wildlife will straight up fire. Yeah, hard to decide. Swamps mean mosquitoes. I'll check my chances with the bushfires. Thank you. So you would study the way of the blade, Kurusha. Is that not allowed? I'll permit your training on one condition. You will only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. You are like actually a baby, and it seems like no one else around here is wanting to acknowledge that but me. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be too long before you're good enough to raise with that in mind, though. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Disneyland was the OG? Ah. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. Some people are saying, no, not yet, I'm not ready. And, feck. In time. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. Except for raising their king in the way of swordplay and marrying their queen. But beyond that, my days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people. And it's wonderful that her love lies on its feet. It truly is. With that love as foundation of her rule, then you could be the font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or reflections. And I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you. Nor fulfill my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Manifest. From the bottom of my heart. Aww. Be sure to come visit us again in Turiolal. You'll always be welcome here. It's time that I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I would embark on an extended journey. Erenville, for a character that they introduced as just like, here's a person to talk to while you're in Sharlayan, they did a lot with you in this expansion. Holy shit. If you told me when we first met Erenville that he was going to be one of the main characters in the next expansion, I'd be like, hell yeah, I love Erenville because he was awesome from like second one. But I'd be surprised. But I'd be very surprised. Some would argue not enough. But I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history to the Alal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with the 7th generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Manifest. I have accepted that I am 6 years old. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly, because those are things that 6-year-olds do. And it's because of all the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. And particularly a lot of them for me because I am again 6 years old. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, because I am, again, 6 years old. But my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, which will be a long way away because I am 4 years old, I'll study and train to do the best I can. Are you even old enough to be out of the womb yet?
You really can far, Guruja. And you keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. Every time we talk about Guruja, he just keeps getting younger and younger. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sven and the others. Surely this isn't our last farewell to these characters. Surely the last time we're talking to Wilclamart Kona and Erenville and stuff like that isn't in an unvoiced cutscene now, right? Surely we're still going to talk to them again at some point in the MSQ and like at some point in like 7.4 or 5, right? Surely their last cutscenes aren't just unvoiced, go back to Alexandria, bye. Whatever burdens I must carry over, and I'll become stronger for it. Just you watch. I intend to make a full diplomatic visit to Alexandria in the near future, and express my gratitude to those who watched over Guruja. I'll visit Shell and everyone as often as I can. There's still so much more to learn. They're gonna be big artists for a role quest. So fucking true. So fucking true. I won't just vanish over the horizon, I promise. I'll let you know before I leave on my own journey. And I'm leaving now. Bye. I can teleport. I can teleport. Bye. Whee! I'm so... I don't know how conflicted... I don't know if conflicted's the right word. I don't know if conflicted's the right word. I'm of mixed minds. I guess that's another word for conflicted. I'm of mixed minds in terms of the conclusion for Alexandria's story. Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom, Typhoon Lagoon, Blizzard Beach, 4 actual golf courses, 2 mini golf courses, Disney Spring, Disney Boardwalk, Familiar Crossings, ESPN Sports Complex, Drawn to Life Circus, Tri-Circle Ranch, 31 resorts and 1 campground. I'm seeing like 120 square kilometers, but I don't know how much that actually covers. It might just be the parks. 5 times as big as Disneyland. What the fuck? Looking kind of in suits at the last hatching side. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit, Disneyland. Again, I'm of mixed things here. Again, the use of soul cells is still something that just like isn't ethically viable in this world. The dome is still a big part of the reason they want to use soul cells, because they can just be struck by lightning at any point and the dome still exists and stuff like that. I think my big thing here is typically, like, in prior expansions, when we get to the end of a 0.3 patch, it feels like the way forward for the nation has been, for the place has been overall established. Like, you know, you leave the first with everything in relatively competent hands across everything. Ishgard, like, is very resolved to, like, forge a new, future with the dragons and stuff like that. While war does break out at the end of 4.3, the nature of how Doma and Alamigo are going is relatively set. Whereas it feels like Alexandria is introduced late enough into Dawntrail and then is still, like, so much fucking happens to it that it doesn't really get a chance to calm down at any point during the patches. It feels like we're getting to a point, like the 0.3 patch, where it's like, it's not that the nation has finally, like, gotten a lot of its issues in a way where they're sorted. It's like the very end of the 0.3 patch is the nation taking the first step. And again, as I've said, the fear of death and the concept that we literally kill in the primal and stuff like that, the erasing of memories, the unwillingness to, like, let death be a reality. All of the problems at Alexandria stem from that core. And we have now fixed that core. We've now helped the nation with that. But it's very much one of those, okay, that is step 1. Whereas, like, I think about Heavenswood and it's just like, getting rid of Thordan, that's step 1. Getting rid of Thordan so, like, Ishgard isn't so hell-bent on doing a Heavenswood, like, doing a Dragon Song war because its ruler is, like, obsessed with it and stuff like that. That's step 1 for Ishgard to go on the right path.
And that happens at the end of the base expansion. And stuff like that. And like, you know, liberating Ala Mhigo and liberating Doma is the first step. And that happens by the end of the base expansion. Alexandria's first step isn't until now. It feels like the story of Alexandria isn't finished. It feels like Alexandria has now taken the first step towards what other nations have been able to do. It feels very late. So I don't want to like necessarily criticize and say, okay, but there's still so many problems with Alexandria that you haven't addressed. How do you plan to address these? Because this could easily come up in the future, possibly in, like, if it comes up in 2 expansions in side content. I don't care if that's how they choose to do it. But I don't want to criticize it for being like, but you haven't done this yet. Because I feel like a lot of people say that about 14 sometimes, of just like, why haven't you done this yet? And it's a case of, because they're setting up the story to pay that off eventually at some point in the future. Some things it's like, no, why haven't you fixed Gridania yet? You literally had multiple storylines where you could have and you just chose not to. Something like that is different, right? But where it's like, Garlemald isn't back on its feet yet. Why haven't you done that? Well, it might be a plan for a future expansion. Oh, why haven't you, like, rebuilt Ishgard after the war? Well, that's a plan that they bring up in Buzia. You know, stuff like that. So I don't want to criticize it for, like, you haven't done this, though. We're leaving the story here and you haven't done all of these things to, like, fix Alexandria. And it's like, maybe that would be stuff that comes in the future. But it's stuff that's noticeably absent now. And it's just not typically the order and how they do things in 14. But also 14 is trying to do a lot of different stuff with its storytelling, so I don't want to criticize it like and be like, it's bad because it hasn't done this, because what if the plan is to do it in the future? But I will say, it's stuff that I hope does happen. It feels like Alexandria is at the beginning of a good path, not that we've gone down it at all. And I want to see it go down that, because it's satisfying when 14 does that stuff. In this case, that path will take a longer time. Absolutely, like, the issues with Alexandria are so deeply entrenched into everything that it is, that it's going to be a long journey. And even to start that journey, like, again, Calyx didn't feel like just a patch villain. Calyx felt like the actual villain of the main MSQ that you just didn't realize he was the main villain until now. Alexandria's plotline got delayed half an expansion since it showed up late in the story. Yeah. Says to proceed to fix it, never called just to spite me. Why haven't all Darn Gridania improved like at all? Fuck you. Why did, like, Nanamo try to fight against the Monitorists and the Syndicate and almost get killed for it, and then when she came back, decided to just stop pushing as much? And when we got a story that was focused, an entire side story that was focused on Nanamo, it was focused on, like, the history of Uldar and her parents, and the idea of bringing up the stuff about that. She went as far as going, well, maybe people will like the Almaja a bit more now, because our history has always had the Almaja. Well, why is Olorito still, like, able to do what he does? Yeah, Limsa gets all the special treatment. Which, to be fair, Limsa was very, very fucked when it was started, so it wasn't. You've had a busy time of its Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you, mate. You have about a patch until story kicks off again. When did I ever leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. He said he will say goodbye. Don't worry. I hear Galusha has packed his bags and left the train until you're low. I suppose you would have seen him while you were there. There's still those who can't decide if they want their memories back. So we've taken half of the first step. I said I would just mind how things calm down, but the truth is I'm not sure I'm even ready. So we'll make this a gradual process and give everyone the time they need to prepare. Myself. So even Shale hasn't done it. Never mind, we have not taken the first step. We have taken half of the first step. We have nudged up close to the first step. Never mind. Proceed to see these characters in the circle for the next several months. Gamers gets the problem with it's the system's not a problem, it's the evil system, people running the system. The game is very liberal in that regard, yes. There's an underlying element that is really hard to ignore in Final Fantasy XIV of the way that it addresses, like, systems of power and structures and everything like that is a very liberal worldview. There's a reason that most times when you go to a new place, the people you befriend are the literal rulers or the people who become the new rulers after you get rid of the shitty ones. It's just what 14 is. And I'm not defending it, but it's a well-known issue. It's a well-known issue that has been there since day one. It's one of those things where it's like, Yakuza as a franchise has a lot of like conservative elements to it. There's definitely a lot of moments of storytelling that have like, you know, a weird conservative bent of just like new things are bad, old things are good though. Like Yakuza has that bent. Yakuza has its, you know, anti like Asian racism to every Asian race that isn't Japanese, and it's bad. And I call it out and stuff like that. And as you should. But also, there's a lot of elements of Yakuza that are like way more progressive than a lot of other stories being told. So I'll criticize it where it's fair and praise it where it's fair. And I think Final Fantasy XIV is very similar. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is a game where it's just like, you can criticize it to hell and back for being as like aggressively liberal as it is. In terms of just being like, you shouldn't tear down the systems, you just need to get new people. But also, like, when it comes to, like, showing depictions of fascism and how fascism fucks up nations that it occupies and the way that it does that to people, and also the ways that fascism turns in on itself and fucks up people who live within those fascist nations, like, you compare how some aspects of 14 storytelling are done compared to, like, any other video game that doesn't have the words Disco or Elysium in the title. And it's just like, yeah, it's leagues and leagues above what we normally expect from video games. So it's like, I'll criticize it where it's due, but I'll also acknowledge that, you know, when you compare it to other video games, we're still talking light years, like, ahead of other things. We are still talking just like, this game's willing to admit that fascism is bad. Like, we can't even get all video games to agree on that fucking element, so, you know. That's why the Crystarium is the best, since it no longer has a clear ruler. I think you find the ruler is very clear. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Wow. 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 I mean, does it, like, Crystarium, since its introduction, the Crystarium has always been, like, egalitarian, utilitarian society. And that's why I think a lot of people love the Crystarium so much. Everything about the Crystarium from its, like, design up is designed to be that. And it's why people love it so much. The one city-state where you don't have to put an asterisk next to it. I'll need to give full account of what happened here to Thancred and the others. Cetacinian may prove difficult to track down, as is wont. We've observed no complications of the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small miracles. Okay, has enough time passed that with these last cutscenes that are going to play when I click this button, that I can at least listen to these. That's what I'm hoping for. Ooh. Headphones. Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I can hear. Manifest, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Heretofore, Iceland Kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions with the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. I thought we were meant to be disbanded. Rest assured, Sphene. Theros' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphinaud report on fantastical events. Senior's hard track down, says the man who knows 2 living trackers. There's no one in the world who can escape the combined powers of Tataru and Cryle. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I heard the news. Those who participate in the memory restoration have expressed their desire to hold a funerary service. for everyone ever. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. Which is where their memories went. Probably Disney will know, we're gonna remind everyone that other dimensions exist. Oh, and they can merge with our own dimension. It's alright, they can only do that if they have this crystal that I personally have. But I am the warrior of light. I flew to the edge of existence to save you all. I think you'll all be chill if I hold on to this. Seems very fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard. I wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it is a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. There it is. You said the title of the patch. You have busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion sounds ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what are my investigations, Shale? I hope you left some time in your schedule for me. Jesus fucking Christ, this lesbian. I swear to God. I swear to God, this lesbian. I feel like the more and more that time goes on, and the more partners that Y'shtola tries to get, the less subtle she's willing to be. She also forgot that this entire thing was a really big interruption for their date. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It's all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. And I now feel a part of this due Alexandria, as large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs, and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. Alexandria. The promise of tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. No? Oh, we're just gonna cut to the funeral service on the Evercape? Oh, for fuck's sakes, he lived! God damn it! What? God damn it! Fuck!
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs.
We scared the shit out of him. He has a fear of dying, he has a fear of us.
Overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage.
You literally had a primal that couldn't die.
A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan?
had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
He's starting to emote! There it is! There it is! So what is your deal? Because it can't be the same as the
already,
others.
have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer. Okay, well, the fact that I now know the name of Evercold. The fact that when this patch came out, we didn't know the name Evercold, but I, playing this now, do know the name Evercold? The promise of tomorrow. Wasn't fundamentally excited to that damn dog. You can pick which one is the dog. No, Wukamat's a cat. She's a lion, she's a cat. Meow. Winterer. Winterer. Calyx is working with an Ascian. And there are others, whether there are other Ascians or other people like Calyx, who knows. Winterer. Again, the fact that, like, the next expansion's called Evercold. The fact that the next expansion is called Evercold makes me wonder. What would Winterer imply? What would... There is one wild with this one. What would the word Winterer imply? Evercold, that could mean anything. In regards to, like, Calyx's plans of making a new evolution of humanity. What the diction? Winterer, one that winters. Well, so, like, if Calyx is part of a group that call themselves Winterer, why that name? Why? How does that tie into the idea of someone trying to ensure that people can survive no matter what, incorporeal, whatever? People can survive, people can evolve, people can turn into something new. There is nothing that can stop them from dying. How would that tie into the concept of winter? How would that... Well, he said Winterer something. Winterer peeps. Colleagues, something. He said something like that. Peers, that was what he said, yeah. Yeah, he said Winterer peers. So it implies that there's a group of Winterers. Because where my peers, where my thought process immediately goes, in terms of, oh, this patch series is meant to be applies equal standing, which is interesting because if one of them's an if that person that we saw there wearing the Ascian robes is indeed an Ascian, it is interesting that they're peers. Like, it's an Ascian who's working alongside a dude who was just a scientist. Which is, in of itself, interesting. With what they're talking about, like, with this patch series being Endwalker for Wuklamat, this patch series has been Wuklamat's Endwalker, and what Calyx's goal is in terms of, I am stifled by this vessel of flesh. And also, Y'shtola called it out. Y'shtola called out the Aya. Y'shtola called out the Aya by name here. In terms of saying that Calyx's plan reminds her of the Ayas. What the Aya were afraid of was the end of existence, which, in terms of scientific terms, in terms of like what the Aya were describing. What were the Aya describing? They were talking about the end of entropy, the end of the universe, because entropy stops existing. It's the heat death of the universe. It's the concept of entropy stops existing, transfer of matter or transfer of energy stops existing, therefore existence stops existing, because that's what does that. Is that a concept that the Winterers want to deal, there to deal with? Is there some form of the Winterers are aware of the heat death of the universe or something along those lines, or some form of parallel to it, that they call themselves the Winterers because even through the death of heat itself, where everything will be ever cold, we'll survive through it because our goal is to find a way to survive forever regardless of what happens. We can surpass the inevitability of death of the flesh. We will find a way to surpass the death of the inevitability of the universe, which is the winter of the entire universe, because heat death has occurred. We are Winterers, we will find a way to survive even that winter. Because Y'shtola called out the Aya by name in this, that's where my brain immediately goes towards, in terms of what does the concept of a Winterer possibly mean? And how would it tie to what Calyx's goals are? Am I just talking shit though? Because the idea of, hey, I guess that in some sense that would kind of bring Ultima Thule around to an ultimate conclusion. Every threat that is faced in Ultima Thule, like all of the dead stars that we meet in Ultima Thule, we like have some form of direct parallel or dealing with them in our world. The dragons, obviously we know the dragons find a method of peace on our star. The Omicrons are worried about what life even is when they just turn themselves into robots. And for us, it's about the nature of reincarnation and how much our bodies and lives change over the course of our lives. You have the Grey Beloveds, which ended up causing a bunch of infighting amongst different groups. That is reminiscent of the other tribes of the other lands, the people who were beastmen, and all of them combined. And making peace with all of those. You have the Corellians, who the Corellians are what if the war with Garlemald just never ended, and it ended up just causing, mutually assured destruction of everything on the star. And then you have the Nibiruns, and the Nibiruns are what if ancient society just continued on forever and just completely, in their pursuit of pretending that nothing bad would ever happen, ended up shutting themselves off so much that they pretended that nothing good ever happened and they wished for death. So they created something that would do that. All of those other Dead Stars in Ultima Thule, we have much more direct comparisons to. We don't really have one for the Aya, other than the Aya say, well, we won't die because of our life forms, but existence will eventually stop ceasing to exist, so what's the point? And our counter is, well, we know we're dying someday, and we still find a point to exist until we die? But that's the through line of the entirety of Ultima Thule. It's not really unique to the Aya. So if what we're going to be dealing with Winterers lines up with the Aya, it would help to bring Ultima full circle in terms of confronting all of the different problems that the Dead Stars ran into that killed them. And it would give us, like, what is our unique challenge to deal with as the new stewards of the Star that is a new thing for us to handle that the Ancients never dealt with while they were stewards of the Star. Basically, I really like Endwalker and I really like Ultima Thule, and I want to find a way to tie the rest of the game into what if it's just continuing the ideas of Endwalker. So I am aware I am just doing that, but fuck you. I sounded smart while saying it. I bet I tricked enough of you into thinking I was onto something. I bet I said it smart enough and tied enough bullshit together that I tricked some of you into thinking I was onto something while saying it, so I did my job. I did my job. On one hand, that line is missable, but on the other hand, they chose to mention them there. Yeah, the AL line is not like a direct thing that is mentioned as like a voiced cutscene. It's an optional line of dialogue with someone, but it is interesting that it's there. It is interesting that it's there. Out of every expansion, I think Dawntrail has had the most focus on optional dialogue that you have with random characters. That, like, how much of going through Heritage Found is the story of Heritage Found presented to you through random dialogue NPC interactions in terms of, like, how much Alexandria is stripping away the culture of Yasselani. Dawntrail is very, like, wanting you to focus on its little bits of on its small dialogue that is missable, and using it a lot more effectively than prior expansions did. So I'm also just going like, oh yeah, it's totally what it's doing. Blind Lady. Let's go back to the outskirts. After this really end the episode, I need to pee once again, and I don't want to go pee and have a break and then come back when we're so close to the end of the stream. Because I'll be honest, I have nothing to show you. I have nothing to show you in terms of anywhere else. We don't have custom deliveries to do. I have forgotten to do my society quest this week. I don't have any turn-ins. I forgot they existed for several days. My bad. So I don't even have societies to show you. Like, I have nothing to show you in terms of like, oh, here's all the progression I've been working on. My ass has been stuck in Cosmic Exploration and Occult Crescent, and I'm still not ready to show you any progression on either of those fronts. So don't worry about it. I have nothing to show you. Outside of this, my super laser pierce! And then I blow up the moon because Zodiac's in it. I'll sunder the moon myself with my super laser pierce. I'm taking after Vana. Tapu! I've heard they've begun restoring people's lost memories. Hopefully that means everyone will recall a certain Shatona I once knew. She'd been wary of Soralja and his ambitions even from before the lands were fused. The last we ever saw of her was when she was off alone to infiltrate his military base. I wonder if that Eldite friend of hers remembers now. How many Phantoms I've maxed? 4. I've maxed out 4 so far for Occult Crescent. Yeah, hey look, yeah. She went off alone to storm Zoralsha's base. She stormed the base. What race is Eldite? I forget. Is Eldite elf? Allison, yeah. So who's that? Is that the Ells? Is that? Did we meet Ellison in Shaloni? Oh, Shale, maybe Shale, yeah. Because when Shale first met Kafka when she was a robot. Shale and Geode punched each other out, and the robot Kafkiwa showed up. That was the first time they met Kafkiwa. So it wouldn't be Shale. Because we ran into some people who knew her back in Shaloni, but I thought one of them was also just a Shatona. I remember a Shatona. I don't remember anyone else. But yeah, this is how she died. She stormed the base alone, and it didn't go well. Yeah, it's Alexandrian. Again, I'm pretty sure I thought Shale mentioned that it was the first time she met Kafki was when she was a robot. She could be assuming though. Not sure of that. Again, thing that I was talking about how NPC dialogue in Dawntrail more important, like very important. Random NPC dialogue in Dawntrail they give a lot more care to than previous expansions. Randomly talking to Tapu after you do 7.3 reveals how Kafkiwa actually died. Is there anything else that we need to do? How many Ellisons in all to roll? There's not many Ellisons in this. Well, I guess there's a few in this expansion because of Alexandria. Is there anything else that we need to do? I just really need to pee again. I don't want to end the episode so I can go pee because I don't want to go pee and then come back and then the episode with like 2 seconds spare. I think we're good. Again, I have nothing to show off for like weekly progression stuff. So normally I'd go, oh, I've done this, oh, I've done that, oh, I've done this, oh, I've done that. There's one thing we can wait for later. Well, what's the thing? I guess it depends what the thing is. Treasure maps, that'll be next episode. That'll be next episode. We'll do treasure maps after we do the Alliance raid. I know it's technically 7.30, but so is Alliance raid, so we do it alongside that. EX unlock. Ah, I can wait. EX unlock can wait. It's not like I'm gonna go farming wings right now. I just really need to pee. I'm gonna go back. Any dialogue? No. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna end the episode. We've got next week where we'll be doing a bunch of stuff. We'll have plenty of time if anything's major then. I mainly need to. Maybe 7.3 Alpha and Omega can show up in various spots in DT areas. It's just RNG though. That is amazing. Unfortunately, it's RNG, so we can't rely on showing it now, and I need to pee. But that is cool. I like that Alpha and Omega can now show up in DT. That's awesome. See, even Corn Servants like go to bed. Go Pisca. I will go do that. Thank you all so much for watching. We beat Dawntrail for a 3rd time. I can't wait to beat it for a 4th time in a few months. Anyways, with that, we're out of here. Next episode is the next Alliance raid. Yay, we're doing that. And also treasure challenges. And also other stuff's happening, I think. So until then, this is version 2, signing